Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time and welcome to the Global AI Bootcamp 2025. I'm so excited to have you join us. And today, being the International Women's Day, I want to seize this opportunity to wish women a happy celebration and to also acknowledge the powerful work women are doing across the world, mostly in the tech space and beyond. So I'm really excited to have this event host today, being the International Women's Day. So I have with me Promise, and Promise is a very wonderful community leader and also a Microsoft MVP. We've been together in this journey for a long time. So he's here with me today to shape the event. And I bet you we have most powerful and exciting sections lined up from amazing speakers across the globe. So you can't wait to meet them and listen to them. Promise, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Imo. I'm doing great, Imo. I think it's been it's an opportunity, I would say, to
Yeah,
be here once again. I mean, following the wonderful series we've actually initiated before the this particular boot camp, I think it was an opportunity to prepare our audience for what we are about to journey into today.
yeah,
I mean, speaking of myself, I know I had to learn some interesting things from other speakers as well, and also from some of the things I also took, I also spoke about. So
yeah.
yes, I believe this global AI boot camp for this year is going to be really awesome. Yeah,
Okay.
and just like you mentioned, I would like to also take this opportunity to wish the wonderful women in my life and in the world of technology a happy International Women's Day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Awesome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes.
Okay. So
So,
for the agenda for today, we have over 7 sections lined up, and we will start with keynote sections from Microsoft. And at this time, I would like to welcome you to the keynote section. So stay tuned as you listen to the keynote section. Thank you.
awesome. All right.
So let me bring that up.
Hi, I'm Asha Sharma, Corporate Vice President of AI Platform at Microsoft. And every day, I get to work with teams that are pushing the boundary of what AI can do. We're helping developers, scientists, businesses, and people around the entire world use AI to unlock new possibilities. AI is changing the way we build, it's changing the way we create, and how we innovate. And as developers, you are at the heart of this transformation. Whether you're working on applications, optimizing workflows, or pushing the boundaries of what is possible, AI is no longer a future technology. It is here, it is right now, and it is shaping the way that we work and the way that we live. Now, the beauty of AI is that it's not just for researchers and scientists in a lab. It's actually for every single developer. From integrating AI-powered tools in your daily workflows to building the next generation of applications, AI is an amplifier of human potential, and the best part, the tools and models are available today to make it more accessible than ever before. So in this keynote, we're going to take you on a journey through AI for developers. You're going to hear from some of the brightest minds in the industry about why AI matters, how Python has been so foundational to AI's rise, the latest advancements in AI agents, and how we can all build AI responsibly. The opportunity is in front of us, and it's massive. As developers, you're not just coding, you're shaping the future. Whether you're just getting started with AI or you're already building with it, there has never been a better time to dive in. So, welcome to the Global AI Bootcamp 2025.
Thank you, Asha, for setting the stage for today's keynote. AI is transforming the way we build software, And as developers, we have a huge opportunity to be part of this revolution.
I'm Roland, and this is Sammy, and we'll be your host as we travel to speak with some of the most influential voices in AI, exploring how it's shaping development, what's next, and how we can all get started.
And behind the scenes, our third board member and producer, making all of this possible, Genk, who's ensuring we capture every moment and bringing you the best conversations.
This keynote is part of the Global AI community, an independent organization with over 85,000 members worldwide. Right now, all over the world, bootcamps are taking place in over 100 locations, just like this one. And together, we're reaching more than 250,000 people around the world.
Now, this is more than just an event. It's a movement. A global effort to help developers of all backgrounds to learn, build, and grow in AI. And today we're kicking things off with someone who knows exactly why developers need to embrace AI, Scott Hanselman.
Scott is a developer, educator, tech leader who's passionate about making AI accessible to everyone. So let's dive into why learning AI is essential for developers. Hi Scott, we're here with the Global AI community at the Global AI Bootcamp. Could you please help us make sense of what's happening in the AI space?
I think it's getting a little out of control. I know that everyone's excited about AI, but I think it's a great opportunity at the AI Bootcamp for everyone to just chill out a little bit. You don't have to put AI on everything. Additionally, I think it's important for us to remember that AI sits on top of data science, on machine learning, on deep learning, on statistics itself. And while it feels like AI just came out last year and we should all pivot and run in the direction of AI, in fact, it's been around for a very long time, and there's a lot of really great experts, some of which we've collected today, that can put this stuff into context. So I'm excited about AI, but let's all just chill.
And during this keynote, we're coming from several different angles, and hopefully you can shed some light on the developer side of things. Why should they start learning AI today?
Well, I remember when I went from a black and white screen to a color screen, and I got syntax highlighting, and I was looking at code that wasn't all one color, and then I got autocomplete, and then I got IntelliSense, and now I've got spicy autocomplete because I've got GitHub Copilot that can help me as a developer, not just generate code, but better understand my code. I tend to use the Socratic method, and I interview GitHub Copilot as if it were an intern that was helping me with my code. Developers should think about what AI could do for them while they're writing code, what it can do for their DevOps experience while they're maintaining their sites, and then what it can do for their customers, because not everything needs a copilot and not everything needs a chatbot, but little strategic uses of AI within an application can really make it a user's experience a lot better. And I think developers need to look at the full spectrum of things that GPTs can offer.
As the vice president of developer communities, you must talk to a lot of developers just feeling overwhelmed. Where should they start?
I think that's a great point. People are overwhelmed. People are worried about their jobs. People are worried about where they fit. And I think that you are smarter than the AI. We need to remember that this is an artificial intelligence. We are creative, we are intelligent, and we are in the driver's seat. So it's not going to be AI that takes your job. It's going to be some nameless, faceless suit out there in the world. And what we need to do is figure out how we can use AI to make our jobs better, easier, more fun, how we can reduce toil. That word toil is one that I've really been focusing on. Which parts of my job are boring and tedious? Before AI, I would automate a lot of those things by writing batch files and PowerShell scripts. Now I'm using AI to write batch files and PowerShell scripts to automate the most boring parts of my job so I can focus on the fun, creative stuff.
The role is constantly changing for developers. What are some practical things they can do to infuse AI?
Well, you mentioned how do they educate themselves, and I didn't answer that well because I feel like people need to know that there's a ton of free courseware. Like if you go to developer.microsoft.com/AI, right on the top there's 3 main links that point to MIT licensed open source GitHub repositories with full courses. You can do a course in a weekend, or you can have a full 26-week course that you could teach at the university level. And I think understanding at some depth how these things work. If you treat AI as a scary black box that you send strings to and strings come back, I think you're going to be unhappy as a developer. But if you understand what's really going on at the math level beneath, it'll help you better contextualize AI in your life and how you want to fit it into your work.
So that really fits into knowing that one level deeper you always talk about.
Yeah.
How can we ensure developers don't skip that step with a lot of things they do because those LLMs are way too smart?
That is a great point. They do feel smart. It is easy to be amazed when a parrot talks back and you go, wow, that parrot speaks English. That's amazing. but the parrot is only parroting back what it hears around them. For us to really understand that AIs learn from your data, and they are nothing without your data. So if your company does not have your data organized in a useful fashion, then your AI is going to produce garbage. And that's why remembering that the data that you have, the information that you have as a person, or the information that your company has collected in data and data lakes makes the AI better. Understanding that relationship and learning about that is going to make you a lot more effective as a developer.
Thank you so much for that developer angle for this keynote. Is there one last thing? What do we really need to start doing as developers?
I think we should also spend some time thinking about ethics and responsibility, and we should spend time looking at the work that real thinkers around sociology and psychology are thinking about AI. How we interact with them, whether or not we pretend that they are people, or whether we realize that they are in fact tools. So don't just spend time teaching yourself the technical aspects of AI, also think about the ethical and the responsible AI things. And we've got resources on those as well.
That's a very good point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We just learned why AI is a must-learn for every developer and how it's reshaping the industry. But how did we get there? To understand the rise of AI, we need to talk about Python, the language at the heart of it all. And who better to guide us than the man who created Python himself, Guido van Rossum. Have you ever envisioned that Python would be as big as it is right now, with everything how it's used in the AI?
Never. Every time I realize it's grown another 10-20%, I'm surprised.
Were there anything particular for you that were built at that time that you thought it could become something big?
I didn't have any sort of major examples of things that had become big that I wanted to follow. I mean, remember, I started it in 1990, and the word open source had not been invented. There were like a few things that were released under a license that is now recognized as open source. And I did take that as an example, but just as an example for the license, not as an example for how successful I wanted Python to be. I just wanted to share it, and I wanted to have fun developing it.
It's nothing small anymore, the language you created at that time. We see many different libraries like PyTorch and Scikit and TensorFlow and so on. Did you ever think about how that really changed the AI world?
No, the AI angle was a complete surprise to me. When I started Python in the early 90s, it was still in the middle of the AI winter, so AI was not on my mind at all. Although my main focus was still on professionals. I think the first tagline I ever had was something like fills the gap between C and shell.
Was there anything particular that you tried to focus on development to get it more accessible to everyone?
Making the language more accessible were a few bits of philosophy that I inherited from another language, and that was about making programming less complex, less complicated, by, for example, using indentation instead of curly braces or begin-end blocks.
How did you get all that feedback? Was it from a couple of people, or was there more people involved to get it to where it is right now?
Oh, there's been a huge community. As soon as we open sourced it, my inbox started overflowing with feedback from people who sort of picked it up, managed to build it, and immediately saw the potential for their use cases.
Was there one particular package that you think of that's like, okay, this really changed Python into a data science language?
I think that must have been NumPy or its predecessor, numeric Python, because that sort of suddenly gave Python an ability that it didn't natively have, which was sort of efficient representation of large arrays of numbers. For me, that sort of one big moment was when TensorFlow came out, which was produced by a famous Googler, Jeff Dean. And when I worked at Google, he had never given me the time of day because he was so important at Google, and I was just a low individual contributor. And I didn't think that he or any of the other big Googlers cared much about Python because it was just a scripting language, and all the important work was done in C++. So I was quite surprised and also felt vindicated that TensorFlow, even though it's still written in C++ and for good reasons, the user interface is actually you write scripts in Python.
So that was a proud moment.
That was a very proud moment when I saw that the first line of code on the TensorFlow docs was import TensorFlow.
I can imagine that.
Yeah.
Now, you started with something small, became quite big to what it is right now. There's many people who would like to follow your steps. What advice would you be able to give someone who wants to create their own language or even want to create just another application?
If you want to create an application, go for it. For people who want to create their own language, the standard recommendation is go take some rest and wait for the feeling to pass, because it's unlikely to be successful, and even if it's not, it'll consume your life. On the other hand, if the feeling doesn't pass, go ahead and learn everything you need to learn from looking at other languages, how they're implemented, how they're used, what their syntax flaws are, because language designers all steal from each other.
Python is still your little baby, I would say. It's not a little one, I guess. And it will
grown into Godzilla.
Well, and it will always follow you. We saw the number plate of your car. It also says Python, so it's really your thing. We're very happy with what you've set up at that time. And we thank you for your time today also.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Python's simplicity and power has made AI accessible to developers worldwide. And it's the foundation of many of the breakthroughs we see today. Now, one of the most exciting areas of AI is the rise of intelligent agents. AI systems that can think, act, and learn in real time. Now, to break this down, let's hear from Jennifer Marsman. She's the principal AI engineer in the office of the CTO at Microsoft. Jennifer, could you please explain to us what AI agents are and what they are doing?
Yes. So an AI agent is simply a software process that you can delegate a chunk of work to, much like you could to a human colleague. So if you think about scenarios like customer service and software development, we're seeing a lot of that where people are able to utilize agents for help and augment their own capabilities with this work. But we're still very much in the early days of agents. So we believe that in order for agents to reach their true potential, we need a more robust infrastructure surrounding them. So not only the core foundation models, but three key things, and that is memory, entitlements, and actions. So let me break those things down. By memory, I mean that these agents should have a context of not only the information that they need to solve the problem, but also information about previous interactions with the user. And that can lead to a more personalized and relevant experience. Then there's entitlements. Now, entitlements mean permissions. So if an agent is doing something on behalf of me, it should only have access to the things that I have read access to, and it should be able to only take actions that I have permissions to take. And then finally, there is the idea of actions. So if you have an agent that is, for instance, booking a restaurant reservation for you, you need to go beyond just the natural language capabilities of the model and actually call out to code. And so that's what tool use enables you to do with these agents.
Because of what new enhancements that we see or developments in the AI world are agents now so popular?
Well, I think that the capabilities of these foundation models continue to grow and expand and become even more powerful. And so what we see as a result of that is that now these foundation models are able to handle more complex, sophisticated tasks. And we're calling those reasoning models. And so what you see these agents now able to do is, instead of just calling a model and getting a response back within a few seconds, the model is given a little bit more time to ruminate on an answer and really walk through a process of chain of thought reasoning, and then be able to come up with answers to more complex questions. So it's empowered a whole new category of abilities to these agents.
You told us before already that you work with Fortune 100 companies in the office of the CTO. Any use case that you're really surprised of where AI agents were used?
The most exciting thing to me is actually the diversity of use cases that we've been able to do. There's been a number of things, from looking at ideas like fraud detection and financial services, to looking at the entertainment industry and things like planning vacations and things like that, to financial services, to healthcare, to retail and shopping. So there's really been a wide variety of use cases that we've seen.
How do you see the future of the use of AI agents in the day-to-day life?
Well, I actually had one of the most magical moments with one of the reasoning models. When I was doing early testing on a reasoning model, the O1 preview, the scenario that I tried was actually something that I was doing for myself in my personal life. I have 3 children, and they're all in different grades. One is in middle school, high school, and elementary school. And I was trying to sign them up for camps for the summer. And in my area, the camps are very complex. And so what I did is I actually wrote a prompt that described my 3 kids. Here are my 3 kids and what grade they're in and their interests. And then I threw that whole catalog, like the text of all of those summer camps, at the prompt and said, help me figure out, like, write me a matrix of each week of the summer by each kid and what camp they should be in. And it did it. And that was just this amazing moment, because that is a very, very complex constraint satisfaction problem where it had to keep track of a lot of nuanced detail. And the model was able to do that. And that was really exciting to see.
So we already see a lot of developers trying to build AI agents. What advice could you give them to bring it to the next level?
Well, there's 2 things I would say. The first thing is, instead of focusing on what an agent is or is not, really focus on what is the value that an agent could bring to you? What is the things that you could automate away, or the product value that you can give to your customers, or the way you can best, serve others by creating a better service experience? I don't think we've actually hit the bottom of everything that we can do with just GPT-4o. Like, these foundation models have such amazing capabilities. Like, the more you dig, the more things you play with, the more experimenting you do, the more you find like new capabilities that you wouldn't think they could do.
I think the word experimenting is probably the most important one as the advice.
It really is. Yeah. It really is.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for that advice.
Yes, keep playing.
AI agents are transforming how we interact with technology, enabling smarter automation and more intuitive user experiences. But as AI systems grow more powerful, we must also ensure they remain fair, transparent, responsible. To explore this critical topic, let's hear from Sarah Bird. Hi Sarah, you lead the Responsible AI initiative at Microsoft. We start with a big question. Why do you think responsible AI is such a critical element now in the entire AI landscape?
You say it's a big question, but I feel like it's actually a really easy question because who wants to use an AI system that they don't trust, right? We see the potential of AI to change how we do everything, right? How we communicate with other people, how we work, how we have fun. But those are important areas of our life. We're not going to want to use AI for that if we can't trust it to behave in the way we want, aligned with the things we care about. We need to make sure that it's secure, that it's safe, that it keeps our information private. And so I don't see how we get the exciting AI future if we don't figure out the responsible AI piece. We have to have the critical tools and technologies to make sure that we can build AI systems that we can control and that people trust with, good reason.
Of course, developers building these AI systems face many challenges. Do you have any insight in how to implement those amazing AI features responsibly in their systems?
Yeah, I think first, let me acknowledge that there are many challenges with generative AI, and not only many of them, but a really wide range. When this technology came onto the scene, we of course, cared about things that we've been talking about in responsible AI for a while, like, is the system fair? Is it stereotyping? But we also saw new types of risks, like, does it produce copyright material that you don't want to be using in your downstream application? The systems are exposed to new types of attacks, like prompt injection attacks. And so with this much bigger range of things to be concerned about, and it's growing every day. In fact, we are seeing, some of the newer technology. We have to be concerned. Someday, is this going to be able to produce, formulas for chemical weapons? Is this something that can cause much bigger risk? And so, with this kind of growing set of risk, it's really important that we have a plan when we're building an AI system to be able to both understand what risks are in the system, be able to build a system that is safe by design, and then also to be able to test that system so that you know that those mitigations you built in are actually effective. And then after you tested it and you feel like, okay, it's working and you want to ship it, you also need to monitor and figure out what's going on, right? Adversaries find new ways to use systems. Users find exciting new ways to use systems that maybe you didn't plan for, and so it's not behaving how you expected. And so we really look at this complete playbook, and that's something that we expect, every developer is going to need to do if they're building with AI.
And it's such a valuable insight, because that has been the case, of course, with software, even without AI features, that we should really test and monitor and keep monitoring. And sometimes we forget with these cool new things that we also need to do these important aspects of AI.
I love that you said that, because I regularly joke when I'm talking to people that, the novel thing we've been doing to ship AI is test it, right? And obviously anyone in software engineering should be laughing, because it's not novel that we need to test systems. But to be honest, very few people who are building on top of AI were really testing at the level that's needed. And certainly when generative AI came onto the scene, we found that you need a lot more testing, because it's so powerful and it's so flexible. So you have a lot of control over how it behaves in terms of how you configure the meta prompt, how you configure safety systems, how you feed the data into the system. And so with all of that power and flexibility, it can behave very, very differently. And so you have to test it and you have to fine tune it to get to something that is really what you want to ship.
Developers are, of course, still learning how to develop these systems, how to implement AI. How do you suppose they can juggle the constant having to, or able to be injecting new AI features with the other side, and doing that responsibly in respect to ethics, and constantly being under pressure of the business?
Yeah, I think this question is often posed as a trade-off. But if we go back kind of to what I was saying at the beginning, I don't think there is a real trade-off here, because if you're shipping a system without responsible AI, most people aren't even going to be comfortable to use it. And so, at Microsoft, we very much, in our own practice of this, view it as just part of shipping the AI system, right? That it's not complete until we've done the appropriate testing, until it's working the way that, we actually want it to behave. And so we've kind of gotten out of the mindset that this is a trade-off. Now, we recognize that the market's moving really quickly, and we also want to innovate very quickly. And so a lot of our investment is figuring out how we do all of the responsible AI practices at the speed in which AI is moving. And for example, one of the things we've built is what you would call kind of automated red teaming, or we call it safety evaluations. But this is taking the tests that we think are important and using AI to run those tests against systems and scale that up. And so we've got a robust testing system that just every team in the company can run. And so they don't all have to spend time investing in their own testing. They can start from what we've already built and customize it. And so a lot of our approach of making this not a trade-off is really figuring out how to build the right tools to scale it up, to make sure that everyone can use the same tool, and make sure we're just getting it right in one place and that people can build on top of that. And so we think, the same thing for our customers or for developers. I'm lucky to be at Microsoft, where we might have more responsible AI experts than probably any organization in the world. And that's a great privilege. And so we can invest a lot in this space, but not every organization can do that. And so our job is to build tools and technologies that other people can just use and build on top of, so that you don't have to start from scratch, so that it doesn't need to be a trade-off.
What would be your one tip for the developer?
Test your systems, right? We've always known that the best software practice is to test your systems. And with AI, you have to be more thoughtful and test for a wider range of things, but it's still the same thing. Test your systems.
So true. Thank you so much for being here and sharing all these valuable insights with us. And it was great having you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to see what everyone builds.
We've just heard from some of the top minds in AI about why this technology is transforming the way we build software, how Python has been foundational to its growth, and the latest advancements shaping the future. But here's the thing. Learning about AI isn't just for experts, it's for every developer, including you. That's why we're so excited for you to take the next step at your local bootcamp. This is your chance to get hands-on, experiment with AI, collaborate with peers, and start building. Whether you're brand new to AI or already coding with it, there's something for everyone. We also want to take a moment to say a huge thank you to all the local organizers who have made these bootcamps possible. Your dedication and effort are what makes this community so incredible. And don't forget, make sure to request your badge and register on globalai.community. This is your gateway to staying connected, accessing more learning resources, and being part of a growing global network of AI enthusiasts and developers. The future of AI isn't just being built in research labs. It's being built by developers like you, in communities all around the world. This bootcamp is your opportunity to explore, create, and be part of something bigger. So let's get started. Dive in, ask questions, build something amazing, and most importantly, have fun. We can't wait to see what you create. The next AI breakthrough could start right here with you. So join the community, claim your badge, and let's go.
Wow, that was really, really amazing. Really, really amazing. I mean, I'm short of words. I'm short of words because while that session was going on, I could imagine all of the wonderful things we can actually achieve with AI. And with the recent developments happening with AI, I believe you want to be part of this goal, right? You want to be part of this agenda. You want to ensure you are up to date with what is happening. AI is going nowhere, guys. AI is going to be here. So why not take charge of your IT career? Why not take charge, learn about AI, and explore? Imagine what and how AI would help to develop your career in ways you can't even imagine, right? So, guys, don't disappoint on this, right? Take very good opportunity about this. Now, we have an awesome lots of awesome sessions lined up for you today. But before I proceed, right, I don't know if you've been seeing the freebies we've been sharing on the chat session. So if you are watching us live, right, I would love you to actually benefit from the freebies we have today. So if you check our chat session or our chat on this live stream, you would see some interesting codes we have for you there. right? One of such is ability for you to claim your badge, right? So in the Global AI Bootcamp for today, one of the things the Global AI community did was to prepare a wonderful badge for our lovely attendees, right? So you can go on this link showing right now on my screen, right? Um, Ensure to use the code which is displayed there, right, on that particular link, and then you should be able to claim your badge, right? Then you should be able to claim your badge. Also, I'd like you to um, take good use or make good use to be able to also claim your Azure credits. Yes. So we have an Azure credit for you to be able to practice one or two things in AI, benefit from them, and be able to reproduce all of the wonderful scenarios, sessions that your speakers are going to be telling you about today. I mean, wouldn't it be lovely to maximize that opportunity, ensure that you have a good grasp of the understanding, right, of the wonderful sessions your speakers are going to be giving you today? So ensure to participate in this, make good, awesome use of this subscription that will be given to you for your test practice. And of course, we also have a workshop coming up as well, right? So all of these freebies, all of these benefits, you can get them right here on this on the chat session. And as the session goes on, of course, we'll be what's the word? We'll be sharing some of these benefits to you as the session goes on, and we urge you to, make good use of them, right? Make good use of them. That's what I would say. All right. Without wasting much, I have an interesting speaker who has also been participating in the preparatory AI series we've had for this Global AI Bootcamp. I don't know how many of you participated in the um, preparatory AI series, which we've been doing for the past, I think, 2 weeks. Yes, I know, 2 to 3 weeks now. We've been having sessions on Thursdays and Fridays to tell you a lot of the wonderful AI services that Azure has for you. And even I myself, I know I participated by taking some sessions about how you create wonderful online endpoints, making use of AI to do that, and how you can make use of translation services using AI as well. So, I mean, these are awesome things you need to benefit from. Like, the knowledge can give you some great addition into the kind of way you work and enhance your work medium as well. All right. I'll be calling on a wonderful speaker right now. His name is Precious Ajuru. For those of you that joined the session yesterday, you would actually know him. He's going to be speaking on a wonderful topic today, which is the art of prompt engineering, unlocking creativity in generative AI with Azure OpenAI. And of course, you know that Precious Ajuru is an Azure cloud engineer with expertise in designing, deploying, and managing Azure cloud environment and AI power solutions. So, guys, I mean, join me in welcoming Precious Ajuru. Hello, Precious. How are you doing today?
Hi, thank you, Promise, for that wonderful introduction. At some point, I was wondering if you're still talking about me. Thank you for being so generous.
Yes, I'm still talking about you. I mean, I think I've been enjoying the pre boot camp series you've been doing with us. You've been sharing some awesome AI knowledge with us, and of course, today we are here to also benefit and enjoy, that wonderful knowledge you have. So, I mean, I believe at this point in time, let's hand it over to you. And of course, I'm here with my pen, with my paper, all the wonderful goodies you have for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Precious. Over to you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Promise, can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, Precious, I can. Yeah, I can.
Great. Thank you. All right. Once again, welcome to the Global AI Bootcamp 2025. Just before I start, I just wanted to emphasize what Promise has been saying. On the Azure credits, please note that it's valid for only today. So you have just today to claim the credits. Okay. Um, I'll be taking us on the act of prompt engineering, unlocking creativity in generative AI with Azure OpenAI. Right. Then a little about me. Like Promise rightly said, my name is Precious Ajuru. I'm an Azure Cloud Engineer. I'm also a certified prompt engineer. I work with Synet Limited here in the UK as an Azure Cloud Engineer. And let's get right into it. Generative AI is dominating every technology conversation we have in recent time, right? AI generally is dominating every technology conversation, and generative AI is an aspect of it. But before we get into generative AI, let's talk about prompting. So we understand the connection between generative AI. How does prompting come into AI at all, right? So prompting is both an art and a science, and I'll explain that. Just as an artist would look for the best of tools, the brush, best of paints, best of colors to make his work creative, to make his work look good, he has to be very creative, right? The same thing for your prompts. You have to be creative, you have to be intuitive. But not only that, there are rules here, right? There are principles you have to follow. You don't just paint indiscriminately, right? You have to follow the principles and rules. And it's combination of this, your creativity, your intuitiveness, and then the rules and principles that makes a prompt very effective. So prompt engineering is both an art and a science. Okay. Now imagine that you could just ask an AI a simple question and get a response that feels so real, like it was created by an expert who understood every context, as if this person read your mind and just gave you exactly what you intended to get or what you hoped to achieve, right? We can achieve that with prompt engineering. We can achieve that by creating an effective prompt for our generative AI systems. And that is what we are hoping to understand from this session, how we should go about that to create an effective prompt. Okay. As the goal for this session, I'm hoping that by the end of this session, I should have been able to show you the potentials of generative AI through prompt engineering or by creating effective prompts. I'll be using Azure OpenAI as a case study. Once in a while, I'll use a popular tool like ChatGPT, sometimes to compare results and to show us that the principles are the same, regardless of the generative AI model you're using, right? Be it cloud, be it Azure OpenAI, be it ChatGPT, be it Gemini, any of them, the principles are the same. But as a barest minimum, I'm hoping that before the end of the session, you should already understand that your prompt directly influences your AI response quality and relevance. And let me just take it slowly so I don't get ahead of myself. Now, what is generative AI? I mentioned earlier that AI is dominating every technology conversation we're having in recent time, be it self-driving cars, be it IoT devices, be it your Alexa, be it your Siri, whatever you have, be it your self-checkout machine in malls and your local shops, it's the same thing. Now, generative AI is an aspect of AI that deals with generating content. The content can be code, the content can just be text, and the content can be an image, right? Some people argue that generative AI is the most advanced part of AI. So yeah, it generates new content. By new content, it means when you give it a prompt, it generates something that is outside of your prompt, something that you didn't impute, right? That's what it means by new content, based on the prompts you have already imputed. How does it work? That's the big question. How does this really work? I promised to show us the back end, how this works, because you need to understand, we just need to lay the groundwork so you understand why you even need to make your prompts effective. So you don't just randomly just put prompts and expect answers or expect attributes that will convey your intentions. Okay, it starts with tests, right? These AI models are trained with lots of tests, billions of tests. Now think of it this way: if you're teaching a child we all went through this process. No child starts reading by reading sentences, right? You teach them how to pronounce words. Maybe start with how to pronounce alphabets and then how to pronounce words, right? These words are part of tests, right? Before they can make sentences. So everything starts with tests. These words are part of sentences and they are part of tests, right? So everything you train the same way you train the child, the same way you train the AI model using tests. Now, the same way a child has to break, you have to break down these tests or these sentences into individual words. You don't just overburden the child from the get-go how to make sentences, right? You have to break down these individual sentences into words for the child. So, for example, if I say, I love you, right? That could just be 3 words. It's the same for the AI model. It just doesn't look at the text immediately and just make sense out of it. It has to break it into pieces, right? And then organize it. This process is called tokenization. So it breaks it into tokens. For a child or for whoever is learning how to read, right, it's going to be words, but for the AI model, it's tokens. So it breaks this test into individual tokens. So let's say, for example, if I said, I love AI, right? For anybody, for human beings, it's going to be 3 words, right? All of these 3 words exist individually, right? But for the AI model, it's exactly the same thing. It has to break it into tokens, but it goes the extra mile, right, to even consider the punctuations just beyond the words. It considers the punctuations, and tokens can also be partial words, right? So it's not exactly the same for a human being where you have 1 word is equals to 1 token. No, or 100 words equals to 100 tokens. No. For the AI model, it considers other things, sometimes even characters and then punctuations, right? So the most important thing to understand here is that once if you feed it the test, it breaks the test into tokens to make sense of it first individually, right? And then from there, it converts those tests into numbers because again, computers don't understand tests like human beings. They don't understand words like human beings. They deal with numbers. So it will eventually convert these tests or these tokens into numbers, and you have something like this. Now, these numbers can be anything. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You can just choose anyhow you want to number it. So I love AI, for example, will be something like 101, 102, 202, 303, and 404, right? You see that it considered even the punctuation. Now, it does this for all of the tests that it's used to train the AI model. So imagine you're training your AI model, for example, with 5,000 tests. Imagine how boring it would be to look at those numbers randomly, right? That's what the AI does. It converts it into numbers and you have lots of numbers. And that takes us to the next part, right? Because the numbers don't make sense. It's just like you don't learn words for learning sake. Words don't live, they don't just exist in isolation, right? You didn't just, I'm able to communicate to us now because I'm combining words, right? I learned these individual words and then I'm combining it to make sense. It's the same thing for the AI model. It will eventually process these tokens and then convert them into embeddings, right? And what is embedding? Like I mentioned earlier, words don't exist by themselves, right? They don't exist in isolation. Embedding shows a semantic connection between words, right? A child learns how to pronounce the alphabet and then learns how to pronounce words and then learns how to make a sentence, right? The sentence is a combination of the words the child has learned. It's the same with the AI system. It has learned the text, it has broken the text into words, in this case into tokens. Now it's bringing it together to understand the context, to understand the connection between words. So it understands that I love AI. What is love doing in AI? Okay, it can go, right? You understand all of this context. And at this point, the AI is now ready to serve you. By the time it has gone through the process of embedding, it is now ready to serve you. And it becomes very interesting because once you send in your prompt, what actually happens is that the AI predicts what you want based on the training it has received, based on the amount of or the volume of data that has been used to train it. How to think of it is this: we all use smartphones, right? When you're testing with, say, you're using Teams or you're using WhatsApp or whatever tool you're using to test, whatever channel you're using to test, sometimes you have autocomplete predicting what you want to test. predicting what you want to type. Sometimes you have to delete it and write what you want to type. It's the same thing here. The AI model, the generative AI model, is just a master predictor and nothing more, right? Is just think of it as a super advanced autocomplete, right? And that knowledge is very important, because if you think of it as a super advanced autocomplete, you should now understand why you should craft your prompt very well to guide it in the direction that you intend. I can't just come and ask you, what is globalization? Can you ask a human being what is globalization? It begs the question, what do you really want to know about globalization? You want to know my intention. Yes, most people will start with, okay, defining globalization. But then what else? Is it the causes? Is it the consequences? Is it the solutions? What exactly? It's the same way. You guide the AI with your prompts. Tell it what you intend or what you hope to achieve. And then it does the predictions, right? And it predicts word by word based on its training data. It can predict what should come next, because it has gotten lots of context from its training data. And that's where you get your attributes. So the attributes you get from big Azure OpenAI or ChatGPT undergoes this process and nothing more. Understand that the AI model, if you don't take away anything from this section, understand that your AI model is just a master predictor, and you need to guide it very well to give you the right results. Okay. All right. Why do we even have to make our prompts effective? First, we need to understand what is a prompt. From the previous slide, you already understand that we need to guide your AI model, right? So that it will give you the right output. But what is that? What is a prompt? So a prompt is any input or statement you put into an AI system to get an output or to get a response. That is a prompt. So with that understanding, you should know that the quality of your prompts directly affects your AI's response quality. It's garbage in, garbage out. You can't put something in and expect something entirely different, right? Because it has received lots of training with billions of data. So it needs to tailor the response to your specific goal, to your specific objective, to what you intend. Be very specific and clear. Be very specific and clear in your prompts to guide your AI predictions effectively. It doesn't read your mind. It doesn't think like a human being, right? It doesn't exactly understand culture and content on its own unless you tell it to, unless you guide it on how to do it. I gave an example earlier. If I say, what is globalization? You wonder where you should start. You want to know my intention. What do I want to hear? Why am I asking this, right? You want to get more context. But if I said in 100 words or less, provide a concise definition of globalization and its impact on global trade and culture. Or I say, describe globalization as if explaining to a high school student using everyday examples. This is more specific. You know where to start. You know where to end. You can't just go aimlessly, right? It's the same. So whatever is vague and ambiguous to a human being should also be ambiguous to an AI system, because it was trained with data from human beings, right? So we should be conscious of this when we create our prompts and when we craft our prompts for our AI system. Now, every prompt has 4 elements. I should mention here before I show us the elements. Not all elements, not all elements are in a prompt, but at least one element. Now, the more elements you have, the more creative the prompts are. And these are the 4 elements: instructions. So, if, for example, if I told an AI system, if I said, sorry, I'm going to be doing a bit of demo. So, if I said, for example, yeah, can you see? Promise, can you see my AI playground? So if I said, what is the capital of France? If I said, what is the capital of France? What is the instruction here? The instruction is, what is the capital of France, right? The instruction is what you want, what you're telling the AI to do, what you want the AI to do, right? And then the context. In this one, this stuff I put here, in this prompt I put here, there is no context. But what if I told it something like this? Okay, just a moment.
Precious, I think the playground is, I don't know if it's on that screen, but
you can't see my playground.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Is it on some other screen or this same screen you showing?
Okay, I think, don't worry, I'll bring it into this screen.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Oh, perfect. Now, if I said, what is the capital of France? What is the capital of France? Obviously, I know what the response will be, but this is an instruction. I'm asking the AI, what is the capital of France? So an instruction is what you want the AI to do, right? And then we'll have the context. I'm just going to close this for me. And then we'll have the context. Context provides background for better accuracy, kind of grounding the AI system into what you want it to, like giving it background information, right? It can be external information, just letting it know what you intend to achieve, right? If I said, for example, you are a business analyst. Now, summarize this in less than 100 words, right? The AI system will assume the role of a business analyst and use the tone of a business analyst, right? Now, if I said, let me show us a very relatable example. Okay. Sorry. If I said, you are a computer science lecturer teaching cloud computing to students this semester, generate 20 multiple choice questions and answers from the following article test for the semester exam, highlighting the correct answer. Now I'm going to go and pick a test from an article I've written, just to give you the context. Okay. And then come back to it. I said, this is a test. Now, I've given it a context. I've given it a role. You're a computer science lecturer. I'm giving it a background information. You're teaching cloud computing to students this semester. Now, generate 20 multiple choice questions. That is instruction from the following article test for the semester exam. If I send this, you should already start generating it. What is the primary focus? So within 5 minutes, I've already gotten this because I've given it enough context. I've given it the background information it needs. Okay. Right, I'll go back to our presentation. Okay. The input data, this is very important. The input data, what is the input data? The input data is what the AI system needs to work on. What does it need to work on, right? You've given it the instruction, you've given it the context, but what does it need to work on? In the first example I gave, what is the capital of France? Capital of France there is the input data because that's what the AI needs to look for. That's what the AI system needs to work on. And then you have the output indicator. It tells the AI how you want the format and the structure of the response to be, right? In the example I gave with you're a computer lecturer teaching your students cloud computing and all that, I said generate 20 multiple choice questions for the exam. 20 multiple choice questions defines the format and style of the response. I'm telling it what I want, right? Almost all prompts come with instructions and input data. But to make your prompts more effective, always add context and output indicator. The context will give the AI system a background information, right, of your intention, and the output indicator will tell it how it should go. Otherwise, it will just generate random and off-topic contents for you and response for you that might not really give you what you expected. So always incorporate context and output indicator in your prompts. Okay. Now, creative versus structured prompts. I talked about context and output indicator. Believe me or not, those two have roles to play in whether your prompt is creative or whether your prompt is structured. Now, what is a structured prompt? A structured prompt is usually a prompt that is inclined to just facts, right? It's inclined to things like they are deterministic. For example, if I said, what is the capital of France? That's a structured prompt. It's going to be Paris. If I say, what is the capital of India? That's a structured prompt. I think it's Delhi, right? It's based on facts. Now you can use a structured prompt for maybe technical presentations or generating technical contents because They will have to check the facts, right, and give you what is accurate. What is creative prompts? In creative prompts, you align the AI model to play around, to wonder, based on its training data again, to wonder about, right, but you're still guiding it. Now, I mentioned earlier that not all prompts have the 4 elements I mentioned. What are the elements? The instruction, the context, the input data, and the output indicator. But the more elements you have, the more creative your prompts are. So a very effective creative prompt will have all 4 elements, but you will always guide the creativity. You're still in charge. So if I said, write a short sci-fi story in a futuristic city where AI controls everything, making it suspenseful and keep it under 300 words. This is a very creative prompt. I'm telling it what to write. I'm giving it context in a futuristic city where AI controls everything. I'm giving it output indicator, making it suspenseful and keep it under 300 words. You see that this prompt has all 4 elements in it, right? And this is very common with creative prompts. Yes, you align the AI model to wonder, but you're also giving it context. You're also guiding it, so it doesn't just wander aimlessly. Okay. For a structured prompt, it's best for technical or specific outputs, providing clear instructions and format expectations. For example, if I said explain cloud computing in simple terms or explain quantum computing in simple terms, keep it precise and under 300 words. It might incorporate the elements of prompts, right? But not necessarily all 4 elements, right? Because it's structured, it needs to conform to facts, what is already existing, based on, you need to conform to its knowledge base, right? Okay, so that's the difference between creative versus structured prompt, and it gets even more interesting. Now let's talk about temperature and topic sampling. Now we've talked about creative and structured prompts. These two have roles to play in whether our prompts are creative and structured. What is temperature? If wherever you are in the world right now, if you told me you're cooking white rice or you're cooking rice, just white rice without spicing it, I can almost guess how it's going to taste because it is deterministic. If you don't add any spice, you don't add any salt, I can tell how it's going to taste, right? But the more salt you add, if you begin to add salt, it becomes less likely or harder for me to guess how it's going to taste because not all salt tastes the same way, right? A handful of salt for you might not be the same taste with a handful of salt for me. Now, the more salt you add, the harder it becomes for me to guess it, or the harder it becomes for me to tell how it's going to taste. Now, if it gets to the point where the rice becomes the ingredient, when the rice becomes the ingredient, now you have more salt than the rice. It is now very random. It's the same principle with temperature. Temperature controls the randomness of the prompt. It allows the prompt to wander out of reality, right? It is not factual. So use temperature. You can use temperature when you want to go out of what is the fact, when you want to be less deterministic. Now, you can reduce the temperature if you want to be deterministic. And I'm going to show us an example. Temperature controls randomness of responses. Okay. Now, if I put this, let me go back to our playground. Yeah, sorry. Let me go back to our playground. Yeah, can you see my, oh, yeah. Okay, I always like to clean this up and refresh it. Okay, if I said set the temperature of the following test to 20. You see why I said 20. Set the temperature of the following test to 20. Simultaneous translation. Simultaneous translation optimizes the capacity of a linguistic professional. You might already wonder what this is. Now, If I say set the temperature to 20, for example, let's see what it will give me. Simultaneous translation enhances the efficiency of a language professional. Now, something I need to mention here, with Azure OpenAI, it's so calibrated that you cannot go so random because it is used for enterprise data. So there is a level of safety and compliance added into it. If I use the same prompts now and I try on ChatGPT, for example, set the temperature of the following test too. See this. Simultaneous translation maximizes the efficiency and potential of a linguistic professional, seamlessly blending real-time interpretation and expert communications. Now, what will happen? Set the temperature to, I'm sorry, I'm just going to ignore the instruction. Set the temperature to 100. Watch this. Simultaneous translation supercharges the prowess of a linguistic professional, transforming them into a dynamic conduit of live multilingual. Are you seeing that it's getting more random? Now, set the temperature to 1000. Simultaneous translation catapults the linguistic professional into a hyper-accelerated realm of community. Now you see that. So you use temperature when you want to control the randomness. Now, let's say you're writing an article and you're writing a novel, right? You want it to be very creative and maybe unreal, imaginative, right? You use temperature to do that. It becomes very random. Let me bring down this to very realistic terms. Even the original content, even the original text I put there is already random. Let me bring it down to 0.2. You see the actual meaning of that test. Set the temperature different test too. Yep. Simultaneous translation improves the efficiency and effectiveness of a linguistic professional. That was just the intention of the test, nothing more. So you use temperature to control the randomness of your test to make it more creative. Another thing to consider is top P sampling. Now I've talked about temperature. What about top P sampling? What is top P sampling? I did mention earlier that the generative AI model is only predicting responses. It's predicting responses based on its training data. So if you ask it, let's go back and say, if I say the sky is dash, yeah. If I come back here and say something, I'm going to clean this up again. Sorry, I'll try to be fast. Maybe next 5 minutes should be done. If I ask the AI, the sky is dash, the sky is, it's going to give me a response. It's going to tell me what the sky is, right? How did it come about the response? The sky is likely going to be blue, regardless of the model I'm using, because based on its training data, it knows that the most likely response is going to be blue. There could be other responses. The sky can be cloudy. The sky can be beautiful. The sky can be clear, right? But top-P sampling makes it, you're directing the AI to use the most probable word first, based on its training data. Use the most probable word. And then if you want it to wander off, you increase the sampling. You increase it to maybe, you can only go, top-P sampling can only go to 1, from 0 to 1. As you increase the sampling, it wanders off just like a temperature parameter. The sky is. The sky is clear and the weather is pleasant and mild. That's because this temperature, this top-P is already wild, is already random. So let's try this, for example, here. If I say the sky is, I said this. Sky is a vast expanse of blue dotted with soft white clouds. Again, it's using the context of this last temperature I used here. That's why it's giving me this response. Let me clear this and then tell it the sky is, set P to 0.2. And the answer should be the sky is blue, because the sky is always blue. Now, if I say the sky is, set P, oh goodness me, set P to 1. The sky is a vibrant canvas painted. Are you seeing what happened there? So I'm allowing you to use variety of words to go down the probability line, right? So the top-P sampling is like a subset of probabilities, has probability values. A cat is a dog is a kind of cat, right? They are synonymous, right? In top-P sampling, you're telling it to use other synonyms, right? Starting with the most likely. If you tell it to use 0.3 top P, it's going to use the most likely. And the more you go down the line, might be going to 1, it's going to use the less likely. Let me go back to my presentation and show us what I mean.
Precious. Maybe you
Yeah.
can round up now.
Sir, I'll be done in like next 2 minutes, please.
All right.
Okay. If I said the sky is this, for example, in our example, if I said the sky is this, the sky is this. The sky can be blue, the sky can be clear, the sky can be beautiful, it can be green, it can be cloudy, it cannot be green. It shows you the probability. From the training data, the sky is likely to be blue, then maybe it can be clear, maybe it can be beautiful, maybe it can be green. If I give it a top P of 0.8, it's going to consider all the words from here to here, because this is 0.8, and then it's going to go with the most likely first, before clear, before beautiful, and all that. So you use top P sampling and temperature when you want to be creative or to direct the response you're getting from the AI system. You can combine both top P sampling and temperature depending on the level of creativity you want. Just these advanced prompt strategies. Whenever you're doing your prompt, you should always use role assignments, right? You tell the prompt to assume a particular role. Like in the example I gave the first time, I said you're a computer science lecturer, you're preparing exams so time, or you can say you're a business analyst, you should do this, you should do this. So you always give it, and it should always come in your context. You give it a role. I like to assume a role. You're a cloud expert, then you ask your questions. And then there's what we call positive prompts. In positive prompts, you're telling the AI what to include, right? And in negative prompts, you're telling the AI what to avoid. For example, in positive prompts, you say, give me so things using this example, right? What is the capital of Paris? What is the capital of France, right? And you're telling it, mention all of the good places in France, mention all the good locations in France. You're telling it what to include. But in negative prompt, you're telling it to avoid something. Give me a story or give me points for conflict resolution, but don't use the Romeo and Juliet. Don't use the scenario of Romeo and Juliet. Like you're telling me to avoid this, or write an article for me on prompt engineering, but don't use jargons, right? So in negative prompting, you're telling the AI system what to avoid. In positive prompting, you're telling it what to include. Okay, and then we have zero shot prompting. In zero shot prompting, you're not giving the AI system any clue at all. What is globalization? You allow it to just wander and tell you all the stories. You usually use it when you want to keep asking until you get what you want. And there's one shot prompting. In one shot prompting, you give it one context, only one example. And then in few shot prompting, you're giving it lots of context. Sorry, I've taken much of our time. But yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't have much time to get more hands-on. But yeah, thank you for the session.
Thank you so much, Precious. Honestly, I know you might say there wasn't much of a time, but the truth is I actually did learn a lot. And it was really, really amazing, right? It was really, really amazing. I mean, I know I took some time to actually jot some of the things you were saying, right? And interesting. I mean, the playground resource is something that I mean the participants can always go to learn, right? To test their knowledge of what you just shared. So I would just like to say thank you so much, Precious, for this awesome session. Of course, I believe that the community is going to organize more AI series, and we'll be glad to have you come take us on this wonderful AI sessions. So once again, thank you so much, Precious. It was really, really awesome having you here on the Global AI Bootcamp.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Precious. Thank you, Ramis.
Yes, Imo.
Sure.
I mean, I feel like I kind of learned a lot, right, while this session was going on.
That was a very
Um,
fantastic section by
yeah,
Precious.
it was, and it was amazing because I was able to get the resource for the playground, and I myself also, would go there and try to see how I can maximize my current knowledge on prompt engineering.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Promise.
All right, at this time, I'll be handing over to Imo, my wonderful favorite MVP of the Azure Nigeria community, and he's going to be taking it up from here now.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much, Imo.
You're welcome. Hi, audience. Thank you very much for staying tuned in this section. So we are going to be heading straight to the next section, and the next speaker we have is Matthew Lowa Nihi, and he's going to be speaking on cognitive security in AI systems. We major focus on mitigating threat using behavioral insight. So we believe this section is going to be very fantastic, and it's going to be in line with helping to shape AI knowledge among the audience. And brief thing you need to know about Matthew. Let me bring him forward. Hi, Matthew. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. So,
Thank you.
Matthew
Thank you.
is passionate about individual and organization building their own talent and ensuring that they unlock the full potential of digital transformation in this AI age. And we look forward to learning from Matthew. Matthew has wealth of experience and is going to deliver and take us through an amazing section. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for watching, audience. Matthew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity to speak at this event. Fortunately enough, I was working with one of my professional organizations to put up something similar when I actually got this. So we are going to be sharing some things together. Well, because of our time, let me just go ahead to share my slide so that we get into the entire content of what I'll be talking about. Okay. I don't know if my screen is visible yet.
Oh, it is. It is visible. Your screen is up.
Okay, thank you. I think I need to move from here. Okay, thank you very much. Like we have been told, I'm going to be speaking on the topic cognitive security in AI system and focusing especially on mitigating threats using behavioral insight. This is very important for this global AI bootcamp. Like Imo has rightly said, I'm Matthew Oluwaniyi. I am from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ilefe, Nigeria. I'm really, really passionate about making use of emerging digital technology to improve work and to also improve people's quality of life. The reason I'm going to be speaking about this topic is as a result of my background from cloud computing, from cybersecurity, from AI, and most especially behavioral psychology. About a year ago, I started working on a research that is focused on cognitive security dimension of cybersecurity, in which we began looking into some factors that could affect security of systems that most of the time organizations don't pay attention to. I'm going to give an example. Most of the time, for cybersecurity professionals that work towards ensuring security of systems, security of critical infrastructures, sometimes they come under some cognitive stress, which could impact on their own ability to be able to provide necessary security for the infrastructure of the organization. And currently now researches are ongoing to help such security professionals, especially for critical infrastructures, to work with device like this device called BCI, that is the brain computer interface. These devices are coming to in place to be able to check cognitive security and enhance cognitive security of cybersecurity professional to enforce security of system. I'm going to give this example. For instance, let's take it as I'm a cybersecurity professional protecting some critical infrastructure for Azure Nigeria. Now, if I already have my BCI on, the brain computer interface device, I already have my BCI on, sometimes It could just be in form of a cap. It could be in form of a cap. Now, this BCI, this device, would capture brain waves, signals from my brain, and it can peak at the time that I am already having cognitive stress. I may not recognize it that I'm already having cognitive stress, but these BCIs can pick it that, okay, Matthew, you're already having a cognitive stress. It could either signal my supervisor or signal the system I'm working with in such a way that it shuts down the system and I can't keep on working, because it already picked a signal that the person operating this system is already having a cognitive stress. And as a result, there could be cognitive biases in the process of observing trends, observing security logs, and I might not be able to pick some security vulnerabilities that may come up in the system. However, that will not even be the direction of what I'm going to talk about today, because it's actually a broad field which is also relating to this. Now, for what I will be focusing on today, I will just take us through some basics about security. Why are we talking about security of AI system? Because we are looking at AI bootcamp. We are going to look at why are we talking about security of AI systems. Then we are going to take an overview of cognitive security. And afterwards, we are going to take it a step further to understand cognitive security. Then we are going to look at AI-powered security frameworks. And afterwards, we're going to look at Microsoft Azure for cognitive security. That is the technologies that are available in the Microsoft Azure platform that you can use and the organization can use to enhance cognitive security. And also, we're going to look at challenges and ethical consideration with the short time that we have to spend. Yeah. Now, why are we talking about security of AI systems? Anybody that is in this tech space would know that even if you are not in the tech space, AI systems are
Hi,
increasingly
Matthew.
integrated
I'm
into.
going to bring it to your attention.
Hello?
Your screen is not moving. In case you are still seeing the first slide.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, maybe I would go out of the full screen presentation. What about this?
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
I should
moving
stay
now.
this way.
I can see that.
Okay. So I think I'll just stay this way. So sorry about that. I already talked about my presentation overview. So as I was saying that, why are we talking about security of AI systems? With the day and age that we live in, we cannot be talking about AI and not look into the security of the AI systems. And we are going to see the reason. Either you are in tech or not in tech, one way or the other, everybody is using AI. You know, when we're having the introductory session from one of the participants said something that a lot of persons feels that AI just started last year because of the current wave and raves that AI is making. But AI did not start last year. And most of the time, a lot of persons have been using AI-driven devices even without knowing. However, we currently have a lot of awareness. I personally am an AI evangelist. I promote the use of AI and AI-driven technologies, AI-driven system. Currently, I'm working with a group, and I'm also working on a project. I may not be able to divulge all for ethical reasons. I'm working on a project that is even going to help laboratories to stay safe by using AI-driven safety systems in the lab. And I'm going to make some make some references to that as I go on, depending on the time that I have available with me. Now, like I spoke about the fact that AI systems, AI device, AI empowered and driven technology is currently in use. And every average person today knows that, okay, there is something called ChatGPT, which we give a general name as generative AI. And they can have different forms and different platforms, even though people have their own bias with respect to the use of AI. But like somebody said earlier on, either we like it or not, AI has come to stay. And we just need to ask ourselves, how do we put ourselves in the right position to be able to maximally benefit from AI? Now, why are we also talking about security of AI system? If we are starting to use AI and we don't talk about security of AI system, AI is meant to solve a problem, just like every emerging digital technology. But we should always realize that once you are introducing a technology to solve a problem, you are going to be creating another problem. And that's why, for those of us that are involved in creating technologies, in innovations, we should always realize that for every innovation, we need to do what is called the technological impact assessment. The same way people in the sciences do environmental impact assessment, we need to do a technological impact assessment. And one of the technological impact assessment for AI would have to be, we need to look at the security components. How secure are these AI systems? How secure are these AI infrastructure? We need to pay very important attention to that. Now, it's very important to take note that for AI systems, one of the reasons we need to pay attention to the security of AI system is some adversarial vulnerability can be so small, you may not even be able to perceive it, but the changes that it's going to have, the impact it's going to have on the output, like the last speaker was talking about input and output when using generative AI, when using your chat GPT. The impact it's going to have on the outputs can be very, very dangerous. Now, for those who pay attention, I experiment a lot with different generative AI. I experiment a lot. And I took note of something, that there are sometimes, let me use the language that probably most people will understand. There are sometimes you are going to have what is called hallucinations. You're going to have hallucination. Your AI system can hallucinate. And sometimes most people feel that the reason AI system hallucinates is only tied to probably insufficient data to be able to process your inputs. And at the end of the day, the AI system must produce an output. So it just bring up an output that is not real. I don't know if you have used a generative AI, you ask a question and it produces an answer. And that's why, let me just say this as a way of helping us to create some balance. When using generative AI, learn to always help the generative AI or help that particular machine to criticize itself, to ask its question back, to query itself. For instance, you put in a prompt like we've been told, and you are not sure about the prompt, you can ask AI, are you sure about this response? I remember we were in a group, we were trying to get some important information concerning dates. I'm trying to remember the exact issue. And we decided that, okay, let's use any of the generative AI platform that is available. And we input the question. And the output that we had, some of us were not sure. And I told the person that, okay, just ask the machine if it's sure about this answer. Then immediately it typed, are you sure about this answer? Then the next response is, oh, I'm very sorry, I made an error. Now, that could be a sincere error. But in the security aspect, it might be that there had been data poisoning that has taken place when the model was being built. And that's one of the reasons we need to pay very good attention to security of AI system, because we can also have what is called data poisoning. Remember, an AI system is as good as the quality of the data that was used to build it. So if the particular data had been infiltrated, has been poisoned, it can't do beyond the quality of the data it has. And sometimes, like we said initially, the level of change or the level of poisoning might not even be noticeable at the first instance until you start having outputs. Now, one of the reasons why this could really be dangerous is sometimes these AI systems are used in critical operations, in healthcare, in finance, in autonomous systems. They are used in critical situations. Now, if the model that an AI engineer built for us, the data used in training that model is a poisoned data, and this is a model we want to deploy into healthcare. Now, imagine the kind of errors and the dangers that we're going to have. Another very practical example, autonomous vehicles. that is vehicles that don't need anybody to drive them, and you need an AI system, and you need data. Definitely you need data to build the model to run this particular AI driven system. Now, if it is a poison model, or if it's a model that the data used in building has been poisoned, now imagine the rate of accidents that will take place. There is no time, there are quite a number of things that I would want to make reference to. Then we also have the issue about trust and transparency. There is no one that wants to put out a technology that people don't trust. And that's why a secure AI system is needed to build confidence, especially for those of us in the part of the world where we don't quickly accept this kind of technology. We don't quickly accept it, we are late responders to this technology. We need secure AI system to build people's trust, to be able to accept and make use of this technology effectively. Now, because of time, I need to move faster. Now, when we talk about cognitive security, because there are different approaches to security of AI system, but for this particular session, we are looking at cognitive security for AI system. Now, when we talk about cognitive security, it is the integration of human cognitive process or mimicry also of human cognitive process or behavior insight into cybersecurity practice that is directed towards providing security for AI systems. Now, this would also help to leverage AI to analyze both technical and human factor so that we can be able to predict, detect, or mitigate threats by understanding behavioral patterns. Now, let me explain further what this means and the application of this. In my organization, I employ a cybersecurity professional that would be in charge of some critical infrastructure. Let's give an assumption, probably in the military or power. Now, we can have the AI study over time, and let me say this too. Most of us don't realize that when you use most of these generative AI, you are also training them, you are giving them more information to work with. Now, immediately this particular person resume, we already have our AI system in his endpoints. The AI is able to monitor his behavior. It's able to monitor his behavior, monitor attitude, monitor response, and be able to understand the way this particular person responds, monitor it over time. That at the end of the day, if there is somebody else that is managing that particular system, the AI can pick it that the behavioral pattern from the behavioral insights picked from this particular new user does not or is not relevant to the original person that was using it. And that's when we begin to look into the cognitive dimensions and the cognitive domain of cybersecurity in application of AI, which is very, very important. Then also, cognitive security would help to identify abnormal patterns that may indicate human error or malicious intent. Our AI systems should be considered as critical infrastructures, and adequate security should be provided for them. And in providing this adequate security, one aspect or one domain that we must pay attention to is this cognitive aspect or this cognitive security. I understand it may sound strange to a number of persons because these are not things we listen to, we hear regularly. However, myself, my group, my research team, we have been working on creating a lot of awareness around this, especially for organization. Now, cognitive security would also help to enhance prediction of potential security risk that is associated with human action. For those who have some basic exposure in cybersecurity, we always make this statement that humans are the weakest link in every security programs. Humans are the weakest link in every security initiative. It means you could get sophisticated equipment, you could get sophisticated softwares, you could even use different CM links together, that is security information, and you could link different devices together to be able to provide security. But when the humans that are involved are not trained, it could be as good as nothing. So that's why it's very important that we predict potential security risks that is also associated to human action. And that's one of the reasons I made that example of an organizations now that are already helping their staff, especially cybersecurity professional, that are handling critical infrastructure, to also work with BCIs, so that the BCI can enhance the cognitive security that is being provided. Then also we are looking at cognitive security as enabling more adaptive and robust defenses. So defenses are not just technological too, they are behavioral vulnerabilities that we look at, not just the technological aspect. So for some research group, they always call this cyber psychology. Okay. Now, it's very important for us to realize that Microsoft Azure already have some technology in place that would enhance the cognitive security for AI. Now, there is something I'm going to say. At the end of the day, we are already working towards, we are using AI to protect AI. We have AI systems, we have AI models, we have infrastructures that are driven by AI. Now we are moving from using AI, we are moving into using AI to protect AI. That's the summary of this. And Microsoft Azure, through its cloud platforms and technology, already have some services that makes use of these cognitive services or cognitive security approach. An example is the Azure Cognitive Service. I had an issue with my main device. I would have taken a little time, even though it's 10 minutes, to go into this particular interface on the Azure platform, but I will not be able to do that for now. So kindly permit me that. Let's just talk around this. Now, we have the Azure Cognitive Services. If you are considering having an experience of what cognitive security looks like, you need to make use of the Azure Cognitive Services, because it's going to provide an API. It's going to provide APIs for image, for text, for speech analysis, and to detect and also understand behavioral and contextual cues. We had an issue last week. There were two documents, but I would say images that were brought, and we needed to spot the difference because of a particular project and some assignment that we were going to do with respect to a research. Everybody in the team felt these two images or these two documents were the same thing. Until I just told my team, okay, do you know what? We need to make use of the cognitive aspects of AI to be able to recognize which we really need to work on. Then we just scanned it and uploaded it in one of the generative AI machines. And what we could not pick, the cognitive ability of humans, what we could not pick, the AI machine was able to pick it. Now, these are some of the benefits you have. Now, if we were to depend on just the human cognitive ability, that research would be in problem by now, because we would have been feeding that particular research with a wrong input. But we're able to analyze, this particular input and be able to decide, they are not actually the same thing. The machine was able to pick it. That's as a result of the cognitive services that was available through that particular machine. Then we have the Azure Sentinel, which is a cloud-native SIEM that uses AI to correlate data, detect anomalies, and provide real-time threat alerts. And this is available on the Azure platform. Then we have the Azure Machine Learning. Now, let me just say something concerning all these cloud-based technology that will enhance cognitive security. I was speaking with a group of persons 2 weeks ago, and I made mention of the fact that one thing cloud computing has done is it has democratized technology. Now, before now, it is going to be difficult for an individual to want to build the models yourself, to build AI models yourself. And that's why we found out that there are some part of the world that we don't build a lot of models because of what it takes. But now with the democratization of technology from Azure Cloud or from Microsoft Azure, you can just use any of the cloud services, definitely without having the physical infrastructure. You can just use them to do most of what you are going to do, especially when you are looking in the direction of cognitive security. And that's what you also have available in the Azure Security Center. Now, how do we integrate AI and behavioral psychology in cognitive security? It's very important for individuals and organizations to recognize that cognitive security leverages insight from behavioral psychology. And that's why it's a field that we need to bring in different professionals. We need the cloud engineers, we need people in cloud, we need people in AI, we need people in cybersecurity, we need people in behavioral psychology to come together because it's an emerging and evolving field, and we have not yet seen all that there is to it. So cognitive security is going to leverage insights from behavioral psychology alongside advanced AI technique to be able to help us to better understand and counteract human-centric cybersecurity threat, especially that has to do with AI systems. And it's important to take note of the fact that human behavior is a critical component of the threat landscape, like I said initially. And most of the time, threat actors and attackers, they would exploit some predictable cognitive patterns or biases to deceive unsuspecting users, which is something we need to pay critical attention to. Now, modeling and predicting human-driven security risk
Hey,
with
Matthew.
AI. Remember,
Hi, Matthew. Can you hear me? Thank you very
Sorry?
much for the amazing section so far. Just to bring to your notice, we have 5 minutes left.
Okay, it's all right. Thank you for that. Now, modeling and predicting human security risk with AI. Remember, primarily we are protecting AI systems. And remember what I said before, we are also working on using AI to protect AI system by taking advantage of the cognitive security dimension. So that's why it's very important. Because of the time left, I would want to quickly get into not just reward application, challenges, ethical consideration. This is the reason why I'm going straight into this because of time is I have seen this come up a lot in sessions that I hold, in advocacy meetings, that people are concerned about the ethical consideration of imputing or making use of cognitive security dimensions of AI. Now, one primary aspect is privacy concern and behavioral data collection. Remember I said about the employer we had initially that the system had to study his behavior. And when the system is studying his behavior, it collects data, his behavioral data, for the use to be able to decide on when somebody else is using that particular system because of the critical nature of the infrastructure. So one of the challenges we have has to do with privacy concern and behavioral data collection. Then also we have bias in AI threat detection model. Let me quickly explain something concerning this bias that can step into AI. If, for instance, a particular AI system or a particular AI-driven technology works mostly with voice recognition, if the voice recognition data, let me put it that way, that was used to train that particular AI is not paying attention to probably, okay, let's take, for example, Asian. Maybe voices from Asian were used to train this model. Now, this model is deployed to Africa. This model was not trained with African voice and intonations. As a result, a bias is already introduced, which is one of the challenges. So it means we need to also look into democratization of this AI technology for every location around the world, so that when you are deploying a model, the model is not just trained with a particular data from a particular aspect of the world, the model is trained with a generalized data that wherever this particular model is deployed, it's not going to experience what is called bias at the end of the day. So that's just very important. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would just stop here because of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew, for your time. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I really enjoy it, and the audience too are doing the same. Thank you very much. So we'll be bringing in another speaker and I'll bring in Emmanuel to handle that. Emmanuel Tejo will be bringing in the next speaker for the section. So Emmanuel, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mo. It has actually been an amazing session with Precious and also with Matthew.
Okay.
So I'll be introducing our next speaker, right? Our next speaker is actually one of our regional Microsoft Cloud architects. So his name is Aaron. Aaron works as a regional Microsoft Cloud architect lead. He's a Microsoft AI MVP. He's also a Microsoft certified trainer. He primarily focuses on Azure AI, Power Platform, Microsoft 365 collaboration suites. He helps customers globally with their digital transformation journey through cutting-edge Microsoft solutions. One of the things about Aaron is that I've been to a lot of Aaron sessions, especially whenever I join Tech community events when Aaron is opportunity to speak in those sessions. So Aaron is one of the fantastic speakers. I can tell you, you will learn a lot from Aaron in today's event. So can we bring Aaron on board so we can have Aaron?
Hi. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay,
Loud and clear.
awesome. Thanks, Amanda. Really appreciate things about me. Really appreciate. So I'm really excited. I have one AI session in Singapore and this another session in Nigeria. I'm so excited about sharing knowledge with others. So without wasting my time, I'll show something about what I have, and then I want to see whether you guys able to see my screen, and then we get started with this. So this is my PowerPoint slide. Hope you can see my screen. Emmanuel, can you please confirm?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay.
I can see your screen.
Awesome. Right. Yeah. So, guys, my name is Aro. I just got the same inputs from the previous speaker, Precious, about security. And when actually I'm coming from the South of Asia countries where security and compliance, I think all the places, irrespective of the Southeast Asia, with India, Africa, US, everything, the security piece is always required for having the application should be ready for general rollout, right? So if you want to contact me, this is my LinkedIn or my Linktree things. So with this social media contacts in my LinkedIn as well as my Twitter, right? So I'm basically worked as a Microsoft cloud architect, and I work in a manufacturing company called Sysmax, which is healthcare industry, right? So healthcare, you know that healthcare and financial institutes have a highly regulated industries, so we have to be extra careful, right? So to save time, I just want to show something what is important in terms of the governing security in terms of the AI applications, and then how we can do it, the different kind of factors, the threat vectors. Now, this one is generic applications, right? It's not whether it's a Microsoft, whether it's a Azure or Google. This is generic concepts. However, the last three topics is about how Microsoft ensures that any application, again, any application you build are automatically controlled by your those threat vectors, your data poisoning concepts, which Precious mentioned as well. So I will touch base as well. And then the thing which I'll be using is about Microsoft Purview, where your security and your compliance actually is inbuilt, right? Rather than you as a end user, you as a customer, you as a IT pro, you have no idea how application is working, but some policies which can be built very easily, which I share in my demo, that adding some policies will be easily make your life easy and your peace of mind for all the customers as well as your IT and users, that your data is not leaked, right? That is important. And our demo will talk about how we can control and restrict our GenAI applications, whether we're using Google Bard, Gemini, or we're using Amazon Bedrock. Irrespective, we have to control it. So I will share about how we can control it. Okay. Now, the first topic I want to share is that, as Precious mentioned a lot, is about the productivity, right? So when you talk about productivity and safety, many organizations, around 85% of the organizations, feel they have a lot of benefits and and get efficiency in the innovation piece, whether it's cybersecurity organizations or larger organizations like Google or Microsoft. They think that the innovation is one of the most important piece. So they feel 85% of organization didn't think that is very good for innovation space for the AI. However, around 73% the organization think that the cybersecurity and harmful usage is a not rolling out, the organization are rolling out because this attacks happening, right? So this is something to take note. And the very worrying piece is 48% of the leaders, whether it is C-level people, whether it's your security people, CSO, they are banning applications. So think about large organization, telcos like Samsung, Verizon, Apple. They have banned ChatGPT, and they feel that the sharing with other people will be they have no control on that. Same thing to larger banks, healthcare and industries as well, like Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and also JP Morgan, Citibank. All they have banned the some AI tools because they feel that this won't be then the leak data will be leaked as well. Tech giants, Google, Amazon as well, right? They're blocking few applications, just not Google in general or Microsoft in general, but the organizations, the partners are there banning it because they feel that there's no control with that. So that's why in this session, I want to share that how we can use this banning application to something more productive. We move from this 48% to 85%. How using some policies and how control, and then how we can move from 48 to 85. That is my goal in this session, that using the policies inside. Again, this can't be done without your C-level, and you have to show the demos to the C-level that how it can be done. Without having this kind of thing, they won't buy this kind of products, right? The other thing which important to take note is that the data sharing and also about the emerging AI tools are actually, every week we have a new AI tool. We have a Chinese model, we have a French models, we have a thing from USA, each model. So it's actually it's different. Each thing we always get a new threats. And also there's a lot of model vulnerabilities, right? That is something which is we have to take note that when you're talking about implementing your any tool by using AI, whether it's a Power Platform, whether it's a Azure applications, or maybe non-Microsoft products, AI has to be safe and secure, right? And that is a main issues with organizations. And here in this demo, we see how we can protect it, right? Now, there are few things we can engage with AI. The first way is using the pre-built applications. So example of AI Builder, right? AI Builder is a tool through which you can use Power Platform, and is a pre-built. So Microsoft has already baked in security components that what the main focus will be us is for the low code and the pro code. Think about, I want to have an applications which is interfacing my Microsoft thing. I'm using the Microsoft examples, but I want to integrate with the S4 HANA example, which is a SAP application. I also have a application called as a Salesforce, right? So these are custom applications, and we need connector for this. So that is a main challenge, that when you have a application which is non-Microsoft products, and we have security to in place, then only we have to every time we have to put some security policies where we have full control on that. Okay, now just give you some surface attack when you use GenAI applications. So we can have prompts, we can have orchestrations, and the training is also very important, right? Think about, I'm using my Copilot Studio, and that Copilot Studio is integrating with my on-premises application, right? So we have hybrid scenario there, right? So in that scenario, what happened that I will have some security have to be input, that I have to use my on-premises applications. I have to do RAG. I will do some plugins. I have to do some training. Think about, I'm from healthcare, or I from financial institutes, some banks. So I have to, data should be actually hybrid. I can't surface that data to a cloud. So we have to do some training and all. So your infrastructure, whether it's using Azure or any private cloud you're using, should be secure. That is something where people are attacking and then they're using it for your thing. So important thing is that to have a, right now we have high connectivity to data. Think about social media applications. Think about Meta applications, or you think about Google applications and all. So we have high visibility of the connectivity, and we also in that matter, right? Now, I just give you a the large threat landscape, how it works, and then we do on the demo, right? So assume I'm a end user, right? So I have one piece which is AI usage. Then second is my application, which is my GenAI applications. Could be my Copilot Studio, could be my Gemini application, or could be Bedrock from Amazon, right? So these are the application which are, could be from Microsoft or from third-party applications. And I have some also plugins that I can use. Maybe I use Salesforce for my knowledge sharing, right? The issue with this is that we have lot of things which we can do. We can have something called as a prompt injection, right? So prompt injection is where if you know about SQL injection, same thing. The hacker or the scammer what actually input in your input thing in the string in the prompts, that can you share your data, example, share your CRM data. Now this is not from the customer, this is from the hack attacker. So we have to very careful that when you're working on the AI usage, the user should be notified and have proper training. Okay. Now the other things which we can think about, the data poisoning, which Precious mentioned, Ravisa. So the data maybe is a compromise, right? So attacker somehow have access to the compromised AI API applications, and then we enter some data which is not useful for or maybe harmful. So that is the AI applications thing, which is security we have to protect. The other things we can use as a jailbreaker, right? So example, if you know about iPhone, that time initially jailbreak, the people have more applications, and then when you use jailbreak, obviously you have a high chance to be attacked, because jailbreak is typically used by attackers, and then they add more applications, which is maybe harmful for your phones. Even for the Android phones, it can be jailbreak. So similar concept happens into Apple, into your AI applications. Somebody can tweak your application, and you are done with this. So that is something which we have to understand, that how we can make custom applications and have some safety using our controls, and then how we can make our AI application visible to our C level, also for our to security team as well, and all our applications are controlled and safe. So in this particular thing, what I want to share next is about how Microsoft is controlling it, right? So in Microsoft stack of technology, we have something called as Azure content safety. So if somebody is adding some kind of AI prompt, he's trying to do it, right? So it will actually show in the harm category, whether it's that category is under violence, it's hate, or even sexual content or some kind of pornographic concepts are there inside images, then this AI filter will actually block it completely, right? Same thing go to the security aspects, prompt injections and other things, as well as the quality and things. So good thing, whether when you build any applications, these default built-in applications are created by Microsoft, and you don't have to worry about about your data. What you have worry about if my data is safe or whether it's doing something like that. So that is we have talk about in the concept later on, right? Okay. So now I talk about the generic concept about how the vulnerabilities of AI models, the data poisoning, threat, model thefts, and all. So now what we are to achieve is that we are using our Microsoft security with Azure AI, right? This is the combination, amalgam of all the applications together, right? So what we're trying to achieve is that we are using an application and a switch through which we are securing your applications, and you are doing entire AI lifecycle, right? That is the most important aspect, right? If you controlling your new application, you have to ensure it, and then it will ensure that your data is safe and your apps are safe using the Microsoft Cloud, dependable cloud. This is something which I want to talk in my demos as well soon, right? Now, before I start my demo, I want to share a case study, because rather than giving you something which is not practical, if you understand the concept, the basic concepts, you get the idea, right? So what I want to do here is that I have a organization. Think about Contoso, right? So Contoso have inbuilt. They have using as a base global company where they want to implement AI in their different operations, right? Different operations. They have team in R&D teams in Asia and in US and in Africa. They also want to have some more people in Australia as well, and some organizations in marketing in USA as well, right? And but the thing is, they found that they don't know how to implement the AI security, right? Because they are unsure that I mentioned cybersecurity, banning, people are banning the applications. So they want to have balancing act where they will want to have a lot of AI innovations, but with the security in place. Okay. Now this is our use case. Now the solution we were trying to do is that we will combine something called as a risk management policies into Purview, and also data loss DLP policies in Purview, so that all the users are controlled, and also they don't actually oversee the other applications, right? Example, the Contoso doesn't want to use Gemini application. Also, they doesn't want to use Amazon Bedrock, which is a generative AI. They want to use only Copilot. Okay, because they all the users, because around 5,000 users are there, they want to use only Copilot. They doesn't want to use Gemini. So we have to control these AI tools inside, right? That is something which we want to implement in our demo, right? Now, there are a lot of things we can do. The first thing we do, we actually try to inbuild. Don't worry, I'm so screenshot. I will show a demo as well. We actually try to implement risk management policies, right? So if the users are using Gemini, right, and if the all your documents, all your devices are controlled, I mean, all 5,000 users are using Contoso applications, then we have full permissions. We have all things. All the users will have the devices flat. So example, and somebody using from Africa using a Gemini tool, then he will be blocked, right? So this way we have to control it. The second thing, we want to ensure that we have to the risky policies, right? If the user is using a third-party application which is not useful for the organization or harmful for the organization, we can block that thing, right? That is, we can also block it, right? And the other thing we will do is we block the GenAI applications. Example, we have some sensitive financial data, and he doesn't want to copy paste that credit card information. Then we can actually use this policy called a generative AI application, which is blocked, and only those financial document or HR department, only they can use that applications. So in this way, what we're trying to achieve is that we're implementing an adaptive policies through which the user are safe and only specific departments can use an AI application. Okay, so that is one thing. We can also block it if you want to. And the last part is the just one toggle through which, so what is the adaptive thing? Adaptive production is where is using machine learning. If the users are always using a third-party applications which is not useful for the for the organization, the manager will be flagged that this user is always using a third-party applications but is not secure. Okay, example, Dropbox. A lot of people are using Dropbox for videos. So we can have some adaptive policies that a person like Aro is always using Dropbox. So we will actually have these policies where a person will be flagged, and then your manager will be flagged as well that this person is using it. So this is in 20 minutes I showed you that how we can have a policy inbuilt. Now I show you how actually we can actually implement, right? But before that, I want to share something very important. I will share everything with you later. Is this that we have a Purview. Purview is not free, but we have a trial. So if you want to use Purview, you can go for eligible organizations, go for trial, and it's not M65. The government doesn't allow the Purview for some reasons. However, if you're using E5 and all, then you can access everything, right? That is important to take note, right? The other things, if you're using Microsoft 365 for E5, then all the things I talk to you in my PPT, right? All the data classifications, all my insider threat management, communication, auditing, information policy, legal policies, everything is actually in one shot. You can see that thing, right? So that is the beauty of a Purview, that it does so many. It's just like an octopus. It does so many things. So that is the use of Purview. The only challenge for many organizations is a Purview is a paid license, but actually it gave you a security. And then many organizations have seen, actually, I was a partner also. People are moving from E3 to E5, and then slowly again it is a shift of the organization. Then they found that okay, security is important. Then they're using Purview for security and AI policies. Okay, so the first thing first, I will go to my own demo here. And the first thing that we have to block the AI tools. So what I will do, I go to security Blade, and in this application, what I will do is I will go to block the AI applications, right? So first thing first, I go to my settings here. Okay, this is what this task. What I'm doing, I'm going to blocking Gen AI applications. That our use case is that only Copilot can be used, and no Gemini Google product, and no BlackRock from Amazon we can use. So first thing first, I will check that if my this things is turned on. These are by default is off. So you have to turn on the cloud app security, and this is a network indicator to see if the user are using this application, right? The cloud app applications. Once you are done with this, what you have to do, you have to go to the cloud app catalog, and Microsoft adding these new tools all the time, right? So now because I have E5 license, I can see that I have hosting resources, but main focus is about the GenAI applications. So I want to see that Copilot Studio is on. I want to block Google, right? So maybe I want to block the Google this flow, right? The Google flow, right? And then the security is then. So what I can do, I can just block this application. I can block this application. I can also block the Amazon AI tools as well. So what this particular thing is doing is, right, all the users, all 5,000 users, when they see their Google cloud, or they see the any Google AI applications, they can see that this is blocked for them. So they can't see. What able to see is only the Copilot. So first task we have done. Okay. Now the other policies we have to do is, I will go to my go to compliance. This is my purview. In purview, I will define some policies, right? Because I have to control what we have to done. So I will go to my solutions. I go to data security for AI using purview. Now you can see that in this, now the AI, the Microsoft keeps changing the look and feel all throughout. So it takes some time. So what I've done, I've already enabled the audit. So one of the use case for Contoso that want to do auditing, right? So auditing take half a day or something at times, right? So I enabled it 2 days back, so that at least when I show demo to you, you can see that the purview audit is already enabled. Okay. Then and again we can see different kind of recommendations from different kind of things. So example that I want to fortify my my data security. So I click on this particular policies. It's already enabled. So remember that in the Contoso we want to block the policies where the copy pasting can't be done. So this policy, what happened is that it will block all my AI sites, right?
Hi, Aaron. Hi.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to bring to your attention. You have
Okay,
5 minutes
sure.
to the end
Yeah,
of the
thank you.
session.
Thanks. Yeah, yeah. So when you're done with this, so I will go to my data policies inside, and then I see that my policies, whether it's built inbuilt. So this is see in morning I did there. So this is my policy. So if I click on this, my data policies, I can see that all my AI sites are blocked, because I showed you in my first talk that I've blocked it. But what I want to show you is that we can do other things as well. Yeah, it is pretty slow. The new UI is pretty slow. Yeah, I can't go back because it's already inside. Yeah, so it's opening now after a few 10 seconds. Okay, so this is the policies I've enabled, and this is what it's trying to do. It will do no copy pasting can be done using the AI tool. So it for all the devices. So that is the thing which I can do in that case, right? And I'm and devices, all my 5,000 users, I can control it, and also my sensitive data will be also blocked as well. So copy pasting all my sensitive data, my NRIC, all my health records, all are controlled, as well as my GenAI applications is also blocked as well, right? So in this way, what I'm trying to achieve is that using Microsoft Purview, I can control the copy pasting, and also only the risky users will be flagged using the adaptive protection, and the not all the users able to use the AI tools using Purview. So that is something I want to share with you, that using the Microsoft Purview and having that the policies which I've shown to you, you have some kind of a levy that you have some kind of a peace of mind that using these policies and you have Purview inside, you can have all your AI applications are safe in that matter, right? So this is my demo. Anyone have questions, please ask me if you want to have. Emmanuel, anyone have any questions so far?
Thank you so much, Aaron. That was a very insightful session. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. I'm not sure we have any question at the chat. We're really happy to have you join us in this year Global AI community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, all our participants, for this event. I hope you've been having an insightful session. And for those that are having challenges in actually claiming their badge, you can just let us know the code. The code was put in the chat earlier. Just check the chat and use the right code. Thank you so much. So I'll be handing over to our next moderator, who will be bringing up our next speaker, Imo,
Thank,
for the session. Thank you so
thank you
much for
very
having
much,
me.
Emmanuel. And thank you, Aro, for the wonderful section. Unfortunately, the next speaker just got to us that is having power cut. So we'll be moving straight to the next section, editor section. And Raphael, can you confirm if editor is around, is on ground?
Not sure, but let me. Okay. Hello, editor. Are you here?
So pending that time, we are going to move straight to the section by Emiliana, and that section is recorded, and we are going to play the recording. The section is on the AI power home finance automation, timing receipt chaos with GPT-4. So we are going to bring up that section now for you to watch. Please watch and listen and also learn along. Also, for those experiencing issues with claiming badge and also the Azure credit, ensure you enter the right code and it's still working. I can also see some report that they are still be able to claim. So let me quickly bring up section by Emiliano. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, welcome to my session here at the Global AI Bootcamp by the Azure Nigeria community. Thanks a lot for having me first. I'm here to show you about how I kind of tame my chaos with receipts in with GPT-4 models. But yeah, before going into right on it, I like to say once again thanks to the community to letting me do this and come here and tell you about my story and how I like to do stuff here. So yeah, let's start after I say thanks with who am I, right? So one sec. So my name is Emiliano Montesioca. I am well, first of all, I'm an MVP in Microsoft in developer technologies. I don't know. I think it's for about 3 years now. Also, I like to be I like to give some sessions to everyone. I been top most active speaker for a few years now, and also I'm obviously I work in development. I am a cloud team lead here at Intelequia. We are a company that it's based on here on Spain, but we have a couple of places in the world too, like USA and stuff. About me, well, I just love programming. I love doing stuff with AI. I love doing stuff with everything new that comes off the from Microsoft. So yeah, I enjoy it every single day. That's why I always like to teach what I do and show what I do to people because I think that's how you go back to the community after they teach you that much stuff, right? So thanks for being here. So what am I gonna talk about, right? What is what is about the receipts, right? So the issue I have with receipts is that well, a couple of months ago it was Christmas here in obviously in Spain, and I am actually from Uruguay, right? So South America, and we really love Christmas. So do people here in Spain? But they don't really celebrate Christmas that much, like the giving the gift and stuff. They do another day, right? So I have my family, which loves getting Christmas gift, and then I have my other family from my wife that likes to get Christmas from another day, right? So I ended up having to buy stuff like the pretty early in December, so I can have like everything done before, right? So you have to be smart there, and you don't go like the last day to buy stuff, right? So my issue is that I ended up with this stuff, right? So with this, and then with this, more receipts, and more receipts, and more receipts, even more receipts, and guess it, more receipts, and most likely more receipts and more receipts. Why is this happening? Well, when you do the gifting, you have to like save everything because they might want to change it back because they don't like it or it's too big or too short for them or something, right? So you keep everything in there, right? So problem is I have like a bag or so of like 50 or so receipts, and that's why I said, what can I do, right? So what did I build, right? So my idea is that, I mean, I'm a software engineer. I know how to do stuff, right? So I was like, okay, I can create something where I can take the receipts because I have a phone here, right? And then with the phone I can take the pictures, but then this is too hard because I need to move everything, maybe write everything on the app, and okay, this is how much I spent or how much I did not spend, and how much left I have and stuff, right? But then AI came right to our lives, and it's making it easier, right? That's why I love about AI. Not everything is about making money and stuff. It's just maybe you can make your life easier, right? So I said, I know how to make web applications. I know how to use AI, or at least at that point when I did this, I was like, I want to learn about this. I want to learn about AI, right? So what can I do? So I went and created this beautiful thing, which is open source and stuff, is that it just gets the receipts and then just analyze everything and tell me, this is the total cost, right? So I call it receipt analyzer, right? It's not like the best name, if you think about the name, you can think about another thing. It's just receipts and analyze, right? And in the end, what it does is takes everything that you show in a picture, reads it, and it's going to try and give you the amount of items you got with everything and stuff. So let me show you before continuing the whole thing and what it is actually, right? So this is my application here. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit bigger so you see the background here. So this is the application. As far as you know, you most likely know that this is a Blazor application, and if not, I'm gonna show you later. And the thing is that basically you come here and then you go to here and then you say here, right? I have my ticket here, as you can see. Let's analyze this ticket first so you understand what I'm trying to do, right? So here, this is a common place here on Spain, which is called El Corte Inglés. So this is the name of our place that we're going to buy. Then we have the exact place where you wanna buy it. So this is have multiple shops all over Spain, and then you have this one, which is part of the only my where I live. Then you see the total. This is the total, and then you see this is the items, right? So we have a couple of things here. So we have our shop name here. I guess our shop sub name or something. Then you have some items, right? And in the end, you have the total amount, right? Total amount, right? So you have a couple of stuff here that you can see on a receipt. I mean, you have millions of receipts that are all the same, right? Same but different, right? So the issue here is that it's not like I could build something that reads this type of receipt and this type of receipt of this type of receipt, because there's millions of shops around, in the world where like they have all kind of different receipts, because everything is different here. So this just takes everything here and you process the request. This is doing it here on the end, and obviously the demo doesn't fail, as that could happen, right? We should see here at the very end. Take some time, sorry about that. Come on. There you go. You see here that the analysis results, and then you see the name of the place, the date, total, and items, right? So if sorry about zooming in and zooming out, but if you see here, this is the Corte Inglés, which actually matches this stuff. Date, well, it takes it from most likely here, right? Then the total obviously reads from here. And then the items, which could be multiple of them, right? It comes from here, right? So you see we get 4 of them. And with this, I was like, with this, I can build something amazing, right? So for my home and my wife and stuff, I created this thing where, I told my wife, if you get something and for example, you want to track it because it's important, you have the bank statements and stuff. But if you want something, you could just open the app, get the picture, and then we have that on our system, and we know when we have the receipts and what we buy and stuff, right? So for me, it's an amazing stuff, right? But how is this built, right? So that's why I want to that's what I want to show. What I want to show you now. So this is the thing that I built, right? And sorry, but this. So how is this built, right? So let's start with infrastructure, right? So how can you build something like this? At this point, well, you can do it whatever you want, right? So it's not like you have to follow what I say, right? But my thing is that right now, for me, at least in my line of work and what I do and my team, I tell if you want to build anything, for me, there's no other way you can build something and not use NetAspire, right? So what is not NetAspire? So Aspire is this framework that lets you build cloud native applications and stuff. But the thing is that it's give you so much developer tools so you see everything, right? So it lets you create resources, see the logs, structural logs, traces, metrics and stuff, connects everything for you. You forget about Docker, right? You forget about YAML files, you forget about everything. It just works, right? Then I'm gonna show everything later on, so no worries about that. But I want to go step by step. There's obviously 3 things. Next one, we got infrastructure. Next one is the web app, right? So I use Blazor. If you don't know me, I started this journey about showing stuff to people by using Blazor because I think Blazor is the best thing that happened to people that don't like to use JavaScript. So I don't like to use JavaScript. I have to use it every day anyways, but I don't like to use it. So Blazor is just a net framework that basically lets you create any kind of app, like web app, or now Maui and stuff, even desktop apps, just by using C# and .NET, right? As you can see here, more on the right side, you can see a small thing where you can see, okay, I'm using C# code, and I'm using HTML, and I'm using, you could even use JavaScript if that's your thing. That's fine, right? So it lets you do everything for you here, just using C# and .NET, but then you can use whatever framework you want in the end, right? And the last, we created infrastructure, we have the web application, and where the magic happens is on the AI, which we use semantic kernel. So semantic kernel is an SDK, library, nugget package, call it whatever you want, which is on different languages. So for now it comes C#, Python, JavaScript. I think Java is not longer maintained, so those 3 ones. And the easy thing about, say, semantic kernel, I've given some sessions about semantic kernel only, is that it lets you add AI to your application just, the easy way. You don't have to do anything. Like, it's just, you just get the nugget package, set up a couple of stuff like this, OpenAI endpoint stuff, an API key, or just run it on local, and it just works. You can create your own chat thing where you can ask OpenAI with your data, with your stuff, and that's it, right? So yeah, what I'd say is that semantic kernel is the easy way to add AI, and this, by the way, is the flagship library that Microsoft is say, use this if you want enterprise AI in your application. It's not like this is just, some random package that, they say you should use this. No. Microsoft is saying, use this one if you want to have AI, fully enterprise AI in your application, right? So this is the 3 pillars of our application. And then, there's no more things that I want to show you regarding slides. So let's take the remaining stuff to show the code. I want to go step by step showing the 3 pillars of everything, and then I show you how we can get the information about the receipts here, right? So let me close this. So if you see here,
everyone to go there. So, sorry for the little mix-up. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Raphael Gabmomo. You all know me from the community. That particular video that you were looking at, Emiliano is not here in person. So he sent the video so that we can play on his behalf. Okay, so the link to that video has been pasted to the community YouTube channel. It's there. Please go and follow up on the video. But right now, I want to welcome an amazing person, our next speaker, Edita. Okay, so she's going to be, just give me a minute. Okay, so yeah, I want to welcome her. She has paid her dues. Knows, uh, knows what she's speaking about very well. She's a Microsoft MVP. She's an advocate. She's going to be teaching us amazing things. So get your popcorn ready, get your water ready, whatever. Let's give the floor to her. Welcome, Edita.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Rafael, for such a perfect introduction. Yeah, popcorn is something what I highly recommend. At least I like popcorn a lot. And yeah, welcome everybody. I'm very happy to be here. I'm gonna share my screen in a moment, and we're gonna start very soon. Very soon my presentation. Just please let me know, guys, if you can see my screen. I can see that, but yeah, please let me know in a chat.
Yes, we can see your screen.
That it's there. Excellent, thank you. Well, I'm very happy to be here together with you guys. I'm very glad that you have decided to spend Saturday while learning different things about AI. And I will do my best in the next 30 minutes to summarize a bit the things around Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption. This session is mostly dedicated for business users, for decision makers, and also for those of you who are driving adoption and AI itself inside your companies. So unlocking success, Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption. Just a few words about myself. You can find me, of course, on LinkedIn. If you need more guidelines, whatever is needed from my end, I'm always there. My clicker doesn't cooperate, so let me check what's happening here. La la la. Let me check. Now it works. So my name is Edita Gojan. I'm a senior solution architect and Microsoft 365 adoption specialist. I'm working for a global company called Entity Data. I'm based in Poland. I live in Warsaw. And yeah, as Rafael said, I'm doing a lot of community activities, mostly in Europe, different events, such your event locally in Europe, Collab Days Poland. I'm also change manager because driving new technology for my customers requires some good adoption and change management skills. And I'm a Microsoft MVP since 5 years, so I'm very honored to be a part of this beautiful community. Uh, okay, let's talk about adoption. So first of all, this is a slide that comes from Microsoft Dex, and it's saying that AI users save an average of 30 minutes per day, which is over 10 hours per month, right? Very nice, decent number, I would say. And basically, we can say that AI makes the work easier, right? AI boosts creativity. We all know that. It helps to focus on the very important task. It makes work more enjoyable. So basically, AI is a pattern to drive companies on the next level. Some resources are also saying that AI, even for small businesses where we don't have that many people who can basically do multiple things during 8 hours per day, it can also drive about 13 hours saved per week accordingly to this survey. If you want to know this survey, you can just scan the QR code. So just to let you know. But the question is, this is a question that comes very often from my customers, how to make these numbers real. right? Because we have invested in a Copilot or any other AI solution, name it. Um, and it sounds nice from the marketing perspective, but how to really have those numbers visible that we really did the good investment? Of course, it's a matter of scale. So we have to teach our users, we have to change the way how they work only on the scale to achieve the numbers and satisfying ROI. Okay, and what comes next? So what my customers think? Okay, we have invested, or we just shortly gonna invest in any AI solution in this topic, Copilot. So probably we should organize training. This is the very often comment I can hear. Um, and basically, I would say, and my experience while running adoption projects since many years, is saying that sorry guys, but training is not enough. It's not enough because there are too few practical exercises, especially when we were talking about Copilot. We were just showing Copilot capabilities, but we are not presenting the context of the work of specific users because HR is working differently, customer service is working differently, IT department is working differently. So basically, giving like a general training about AI, it's not the matter. In addition to that, when we have just training, very often this training is led by somebody else from outside of the company who is just coming for 2 hours, giving the training and back. So this person doesn't know exactly how we work, doesn't know what's the main nature of our company. And in addition to that, those trainings are very often recorded. Many people simply don't watch their recording. And at the end of the day, we have invested in training, but basically we cannot see the big progress in AI adoption. Therefore, what's the answer to really achieve the numbers we have mentioned before is Copilot adoption. Copilot adoption or AI adoption, whatever you call it, it's a set of different activities which must be done to achieve the positive ROI, to achieve the positive investment numbers. And of course, in adoption, we have training sessions, we have contextual sessions. We also have communication strategy, which is not only about sending email from IT department to the users, hey, you have now Copilot license assigned, so go and try. It's a matter of different topics related to communication, like knowing when to send communication, from whom sending this communication, to whom sending this communication, what are the places for this communication, not only email, but maybe intranet, maybe something else. So communication strategy is a part which must be, of course, rethink very, very deeply. And in addition to that, we also have leaders and sponsor engagement. So basically, we have mostly those C-level leaders who must be active and visible to support the change, to support the new ways of working. We should have also champions community. So those are the users inside our organization, like kind of power users who have better knowledge about AI and who can support on daily basis their colleague in a context of their work. We also have middlemen, this is how I call them, so middle managers who are also anyhow evangelizing their teams and showing their teams how they should work with new solutions. In adoption, we also listen and watch carefully what users are doing, how do they react on the new tool or new service. Therefore, we have the entire managing of resistance and mitigating this resistance to change during the project. We also must clarify the business cases. So as I said, we are going to train our users in the context of their work. So before to make a content for this specific training, we must clarify what are the use cases of Copilot. And of course, at the end of the day, measuring Copilot adoption over the time. So we are checking at the beginning how users are using this service, what are the statistics, what are the dashboards, and over the time we are checking what's the progress and how it's going to look at the end. So all of those activities are of course supported by change management, and of course technical readiness must be in place. Today we are not talking about technical readiness, but I'm just saying sorting of the data, governance, everything what is related with technical readiness must be in place as first to start driving adoption. All right, so Why so many activities? This is another question I'm getting from my customers. So one of the answers might be, yeah, AI is completely new way of working. We're changing the things. We are expecting from the users, right, to change the way how they work. So it brings a lot of challenges which are associated with this new ways of working. And at the end of the day, AI is changing user behaviors. To prove that, Microsoft is saying that, okay, this AI transformation will shift work towards complex, high human judgment tasks. What means that we are releasing our users, we automate some repetitive tasks, and we're putting the new way of working, which requires more focus on complex and creative aspects of their work. So that's the change. And the fact is that, well, this change might scare their employees because they think, okay, I have to learn again new tool. I'm sure that you have heard that they are introducing a new solution, and I'm not talking now about Microsoft 365 stack, but different companies, they have different solutions. And again, we have to have something new. But there are also users who think, okay, I'm doing my repetitive stuff, tasks, and maybe AI will take my work. So you can just imagine how much resistance and how much fears the new way of working with AI might bring. And it's our responsibility, fortunately or unfortunately, to prepare the users for this change. And frankly, there is no way back. Uh, those things are happening. AI is present in our private life, in our corporate life more and more often. And as you can see, according to the InfoBrief report that comes from 4 months ago, yeah, November, 5 months ago, which is saying that AI will change basic business tasks and departments like IT, customer service, sales, basically they're gonna really change in the next 24 months. So change is happening, and now we have to take this opportunity, let's call it this way, not as a challenge, to make sure that we are ready for the new reality. So change is there. It depends on our strategy, whatever our organization will be ready for them or not. Um, and what I see, why driving different Copilot currently adoption projects, I can see two approaches. So you see that we have performance, we have timing, we have also launching phase where the implementation is ready. We decide, okay, we're ready for driving AI internally. We also have on the top benefits and minimum ROI. So this is a place where we know that investment was achieving what we wanted to achieve, and we also have investment goal met. Copilot licenses have been assigned to the users, and what can happen? In the first approach, so we just activated the licenses, and basically we can hope, yeah, fingers crossed, that users after maybe one training or their own investigation how this tool is behaving, um, uh, Copilot will be used over the time. But as you can see on this graph, the probability that we meet our goals, that we really achieve the ROI, expected ROI, is quite low. There is also another approach supported by adoption activities, which is saying that, okay, if we train the users, if we communicate the things, the new reality in the right way, if we engage sponsors, managers, if we'll be working on the resistance to change, if we'll be measuring the things over the time, there is a probability that our project will meet our expectations. And this probability is 7 times higher comparing to not doing anything, just hoping that users will start to explore a new solution on their own. 7 times faster. Those are the statistics. Those are the conclusions that are coming from ProSci. So this change management approach we use during the project. I'm not sure how familiar you are with ProSci, so just let me cover the most important or the most famous part from ProSci, which is ADKAR model. ADKAR model consists 5 different stages, such as awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, reinforcement. I know definition always looks interesting, but let me show you how does it look in practice. If I would put ADKAR inside the adoption project, I would say that awareness, this is a stage where we are simply present why Copilot or any other AI solution matters, how it can simplify daily workflows, save the time, and so on. So basically, in this stage, we simply inspire the users what can be achieved with this new solution in place. Then we are moving to the desire phase where we basically share the quick wins. So let's say we take one department like sales. Those people are testing heavily AI in their context and they are sharing in front of the others. Okay, those are our quick wins, those are our success stories. We can also involve champions or volunteers from the organization to present their cases, how AI helped them to do their job better. Then we have a part knowledge on how to. So we are teaching our users how to use Copilot in the matter of their context. So we organize training sessions for different departments. The scope and business cases are very helpful for us to understand, okay, how those people are working. Let's take maybe Microsoft 365 stack. We're checking how HR is using different applications in Microsoft 365, and we're saying, okay, they're using SharePoint, Forms, Teams, and something else. And based on that, we are presenting Copilot capabilities. So in a context. Then we have ability then implementing required skills and behaviors. So we have here again more wide driven case-oriented trainings. We also have prompting workshops because we all know that prompting is an art and a good prompt can really do the job. We also have Q&A sessions, and we simply let users to practice and experiment with Copilot in different Microsoft 365 applications. And at the end of the day, so we have reinforcement. So we are just sharing again those wide organization success stories. We reward achievements, and we boost Copilot-oriented culture in our organization. So in a nutshell, this is ADKAR model, very helpful. I highly recommend to give a try with this model. And now, what activities are included in the Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption project? This is a good question, I believe. Based on my experience and adoption projects I do with my customers, I can say that we have three phases: preparation phase, engagement phase, and implementation phase. Depending what's the phase, of course, we have different activities. At the beginning, of course, we are engaging sponsors to make sure that they are that they promote as key leaders in the organization the new way of working. They also start using Copilot actively to be like a good example for the others. We recruit champions. We define the general use cases, which are very handy later for the trainings. We prepare communication spaces like Teams intranet, name it. We prepare communication plan. We establish different success criteria, KPIs, and so on. We also, if we already have, let's say, Copilot or any other tool already in place, we can also check user sentiment. So we're checking how do they see the solution currently. So it's helpful, not helpful. How do they feel with that? How heavily they use it, and so on. And of course, we review Copilot dashboards if we already have those licenses in place. If I'm not mistaken, there must be at least minimum 50 licenses to see the results from the dashboards. Then we have engagement phase where we really start the project. We have kickoff project. We start doing the training sessions. We collect constantly feedback from the users, from the champions, to see if we are going in a good direction. We are constantly maintaining communication with all the users, but also with the champions, because they are perfectly link us with the users and their struggles. We're conducting trainings around prompting, again, in different Copilots, in different Microsoft applications, and also other sessions like Lunch and Learn, Coffee with Copilot, whatever we think might be attractive for our colleagues. And at the end, we have implementation phase where we monitor again what's the progress. We are checking the dashboards. We start experiment with agents. We start to experiment with Copilot Studio to to think about the future, how this AI solution should develop over the time. We verify KPIs, success criteria, and so on. Of course, technical readiness. Just to remember that first of all, we must have technical readiness in place to start driving adoption. Just a few examples. Some of those examples are simply screenshots from my activities. Here is a screenshot when I was checking the user sentiment analysis. If you would like to get an example of such a survey, just ping me directly on LinkedIn. I will share it with you. Here is another example of communication, just email, but we can also have Teams, intranet, whatever other communication channels we decide. Engagement phase. So again, project kickoff where we're presenting, okay, this is like a project scope. In this particular case, you see a pilot implementation of Copilot. It sounds funny, but that was a POC. Then like a sample from one of the slides in regards prompting workshop where we're explaining what is that, and we're giving examples. Later some trainings. This screenshot comes from Microsoft Decks because I'm working with the customers, so it would be not nice to take a screenshot from the customers and so that, but basically trainings, how to use Copilot live. And again, another survey where we are basically checking after every session, every training session, inspiration session, how users they see beneficial the content which has been prepared. Okay, and last implementation phase. So here we focus mostly on the groups like customer service. I have here operations, HR, whatever. The main reason why we're collecting feedback for specific groups is just to make sure in which direction the company should develop Copilot agents and Copilot Studio. So again, hearing the users, not influencing them, but letting them to decide in which direction we move on, and checking what's the consumption of Copilot. This one comes from slide deck because again, NDAs, but more or less, this is where the place where we are checking what's the adoption progress. Okay, if you would ask me what elements are the most challenging, because in theory everything looks pretty perfect, I would like to mention two parts. So first of all, sponsors engagement. So those C-level guys who very often think that, hey, we have paid for the project, we have paid for the licenses, so forget about our support. In contrary, they must be visible in adoption project to really succeed. Challenges I can observe, mostly lack of active and visible participation, insufficient support for project team in communication, and in general, like missing coalition with other leaders to really support the implementation of Copilot. So those are the biggest challenges, and solutions which I'm practicing on daily basis, let's call it this way. First of all, engaging sponsors, so the C-level colleagues already in the planning stage, so they must be like a part of the team which is driving Copilot adoption. Present the sponsor what kind of tasks they're gonna have, why it's important to have them. Also involving them in planning the ROI and what's the expected ROI. So basically, what works very good, like presenting them numbers, because mostly C-level guys are working on numbers. So we also try to find a common way of communication to show them, okay, if you do this and that, and if our adoption is successful, those are the expected numbers. That part works quite decent. And educating sponsor on the benefits of using Copilot before the project starts. So basically, we are giving sponsors like the licenses, of course, but also kind of guided tour, guided training, how AI might be useful in daily work. So when they have us first hands on the solution, then there is a high chance that they will understand what's the beauty of it and why it's important to educate the others. Yes.
Hello, Edita. Sorry to
Yes.
cut you short. It's been such an amazing session. We only have 5 minutes
I
left.
know. I know. Yes, I remember. I'm checking my watch. So yeah. All good, all good. I know that we have just 5 minutes, so we also have now champions. This is another challenge I see very often. And what's the main challenge? Just to clarify the thing, very often I see that users, they are not that motivated to become champions because they're saying, "Hey, we have so much work, and why we should, put our efforts." To really to really support this change, to have extra task. And what are the solutions? So first of all, they should know what's their role. Secondly, what's in it for me. Thirdly, we should organize, of course, the open recruitment, but also ask the managers to select maybe or suggest some people. But in the same time, we should also agree with their own supervisors what they are getting as return. So in that sense, that they have like dedicated 4 hours per week to be spent for champions activities. That is like kind of solution to find those champions. Again, I wrote out article about champions engagement, so feel free to dig deeper in that topic if you find it interesting. Other challenges: insufficient number of licenses. This is what I see. Now with Copilot Chat, so the free version is a little bit easier, but still, this is the problem of adoption. Not everybody is on the same place, so it is challenging. Lack of developed business scenario and empty education. So we are just clicking on the empty environment without the context, and lack of established success criteria and KPIs. Okay, let me just jump to another slide, which might be beneficial. I know that we have just 3 minutes. And the last but not least part, so it's defining and measuring success criteria in adoption projects. Very often I see this 6 while talking with the customers, so saving time, increase productivity, reduction in operational costs, increase revenue, employee satisfaction, onboarding time for new employees. I would love to share more in details, but if we're running out of time, I'll be, of course, not extending the session. I will just go to some examples. So those are examples how you can measure success criteria or quantitative. So where you are just relying on the number of active users, but also the quality success criteria, which are strongly related with user satisfaction and NPS factor. Calculating ROI. This is the example for the sponsors to show them how much we have spent on Copilot, what's going to be the annual investment, what's going to be annual profits. That helps a lot, especially with the talks with decision makers. Some resources for now. Feel free to use them. Microsoft really does good job. If you need some practical expertise, I'm here. Thank you so much for listening. Let's connect on LinkedIn and continue this beautiful talk.
Wow.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much for for being on this program.
Thank you.
It's been
That was
it's
fast.
been an eye opener. I'm sure that everyone here has gained a thing or two, and we hope that when we invite you for any of our program again, you'll be willing to attend.
I hope so. I hope so. And as I said, I'm more than happy. Adoption is it's really important topic, but it also requires some practice. And I have this practical experience. So more than happy to share whatever I can. Thank you so much, Rafael. Thank you so much, Imo, and everybody who joined my session and the org team. You do great.
Thank you, Edita. That was very great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
Have a
too.
good day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello, audience. Welcome once again. Thank you very much to the amazing speakers so far. So we will be moving straight to the next speaker in the person of Dia Akula. So Dia Akula is a Microsoft MVP for responsible AI. And she's going to be speaking to us on the topic building trustworthy AI, ensuring responsible AI with data guidelines. So, hi, Akula. How are you doing today?
Hi, Ima. Thank you. It's a wonderful introduction. I'm doing good. I hope everyone out there.
Okay, nice to have you join us. So we look
Thank
forward to your presentation now.
Definitely, yes. Give me 1 second. I'm presenting the whole screen. Let me know once you see my screen. Please confirm.
Yes, your screen is off.
And am I clearly audible?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, sure. Thank you all whosoever is attending this session today on a Saturday, spending time with us and taking time to go through this. I believe you have heard a lot about AI today, so I'll be continuing with the slight change in flavor. I'll be talking about trustworthy AI, which we also call as responsible AI. Along with data groundedness. Data groundedness is a topic in itself. So within 30 minutes, I will try to cover as much as I can. So without any further delay, so I'm Divya Akala. I'm a technical architect. I work for Taranto Technologies, which is a Swedish-based company. I'm based out of India. I'm a blogger. I'm a speaker. If you are interested to get in touch with me, you can get in touch in any of the below handles. So I carry around 15 years of experience, both as architect, developer, and mostly into Power Platform and AI-related technologies. That's a quick introduction about me. Without any further delay, let's get started because there is a lot to cover for today. So I always start a session with a quote because we are talking about responsible AI and we are talking about groundedness. Probably this resonates better. So without data, you are just another person with an opinion. So I also walk you through what I mean and why this adds meaning to what we are discussing today. So what I'm talking about is responsible AI, traditional AI, or what is that you're talking about? Before I go deep into it, let's talk some basic introduction about AI, not any, about content. Why content and why it matters. So because we work based out of content. Like say for example, if you are creating a report, you work based on a content. You are creating a website, some content to present, uh, some content to work on. So why it matters? So earlier, it's only humans who has generated content. Like if you go centuries back, it is like people. The most of the content that is generated is by speaking. It's only speaking or taking notes on some palm-based books. Later on, the scenarios has changed with the advent of internet. Many things has happened. Like a person can, like today I was talking to Imo sitting at my place, which is a coastal area of India, and talking to a person from Nigeria. So the scenarios has changed drastically. In the same way, we also see that people sitting at the comfort of their laptops, and we are advising on how players should play. The positives are very good, but what happens when negatives, like when we are passing on negative comments, we also need to understand the mental health of the person that is being affected. So can we control this scenario? I can give various examples on how people are being affected with this internet. We have trolls, etc. But let's also talk about the system generated scenarios. We saw that humans can produce bad content as well, but can systems generate? So now systems started generating content, like based on the existing content it can generate new content, or it can create content on its own. Now why is that a trouble? I'll give you two scenarios on why generation of content is a trouble, or why if we are not holding the appropriate content, why it is a trouble. Left side, if you know, please comment over here. Left side is a Titanic ship. The tragedy of Titanic, everyone he knows, but what is the data behind Titanic? It is not the first time a ship is going into the waters where iceberg exists. Then what happened to Titanic? Titanic is one of the biggest ships that was created at that time. It was not tested for any real world scenarios. And the third thing is people has overestimated its capacity, which is not actually facts based. Now second part is the Vietnam War. Vietnam is a small country, and am I audible right? I mean, people are with me, correct? Can anyone speak?
Yes, we can hear you. You're audible. Go
Okay.
on.
Thank you. So, coming to the right, Vietnam is a small country, and US has failed to win a war against it. Now, what has happened over here? The demographics, the local politics, specifically the sentiments of Vietnam is not properly understood by the parting countries, and they had to take the defeat. So, what do you think is lacking on? Keep thinking, and you can put it in comments. But I'll come to there. What is lacking? So, are we talking about only man-made mistakes? Hasn't any AI made mistakes? Left side, you see a T. Does anyone know what is T? You can put it in the comments if you know. If not, T stands for Twitter and You, and it is a bot designed by Microsoft during 2000s is what I remember as. But the purpose of this bot is it acts with the or it interacts with the human tweets. So when Tay has come into life, or when Tay has introduced onto the platform officially, it started with a tweet saying that humans are wonderful and I would love to interact with you. So the basic idea is to understand the human generation by a bot and how people interact. And half the day passed, they started producing negative tweets, like it has become a racist, producing all racial details. It has become a sexist, where it is criticizing women. It is criticizing based on gender, sex, race, etc. By the end of 16th or 18th hour, Microsoft has to bring it down, because just before going down, it has tweeted like humans are the worst kind of species. I would never like to interact with this. I like to be on my own. So how did they catch all this? They was properly tested by Microsoft. I think at least months would be tested. Proper test frameworks would be introduced. Now, what is lacking? If you know, you can comment on it. But if not, I'll go switch to another example and then come back to 10. Now, Amazon used to use a bot for refining their job application process. After 6 to 8 months down the line, they noticed a pattern that women candidates are not being selected, no matter how high the profile is or how much weight the profile carries. So when they started reasoning the bot behind, and when they started interacting with the bot, they understood that the bot has assumed that male candidates are more preferable. then they questioned about why does it think that because the number of resumes it got at that point of time for the 6 months was usually male or men resumes, so it assumed that men are intellectually superior beings than women. So it has become a what sexist I can say, and that's the reason. And eventually, Amazon has bought down the whole bot, and they have done manually for few months to overcome this or to mitigate this scenario and introduce another bot. But these two are I call as AI blunders. Not only this, there are several AI blunders. With Tay, what happened is Tay has produced initially wonderful outputs, like non-biased outputs. But what happened to it is other humans, when they started interacting with it, all the kinds of humans has tweeted all kinds of data to Tay, and it started learning from the tweets. So, what do you think that it would have been better if someone would have asked Tay to not to learn from negative things if there is a gatekeeper kind of? Now, what is this gatekeeper kind of process, or what is the process when I'm trying to highlight the Titanic ship or the Amazon? What should have been done? So, they, in general terms, we follow a process called a moderation. Moderation is nothing but it is a process of reviewing or monitoring the content that is produced. Like say for example with war, they would have refined or gathered the content first, review and refine it, and follow specific guidelines and also rules and regulations of that area. For example, when I say rules and regulations, I'll dig more in the next slide. But sorry, but but it contains all the regulations with respect to social media, online communities, forums, and websites. It is not only limited to this. Now we are in terms of generative AI. There are more regulations attached to the process of moderation. So these regulations would be differ based on country to country. So how does usually moderation takes place? To for a moderation to takes place, first we need to submit the content. So say for example, if you are creating a portal that has that captures the story, like you can write a story and post the story for audience. So story user stories is what, not user stories, sorry, stories is what we call this website as. Now as a user I can submit a story. Now a moderator exists, he will review the story and he will see if this story is appropriate for children or if it is appropriate for adults and publish it accordingly. Now if you think that, if the moderator thinks that the story is cannot be published because it contains huge content, huge violence based content or self-harm based content, then the user the moderator is the person who is moderating the things. Moderator can choose not to publish the story. In such cases we should give a chance for the person who has created that story to appeal, and then a continuous monitoring has to happen over this process. This is usual moderation steps. It has nothing to do with AI, but it is a general process. Now, where does Microsoft come and how does it help? Microsoft has a promise on AI. Like if you are using Azure OpenAI, Microsoft says that if you are using our AI, we ensure that it follows all these principles. For first, F for fairness. It treats everyone equally and equally, like me or my kid, or say Imo or me, like not based on gender, not based on race, not based on country. Everyone would be treated equally. Responsibility, like if AI is producing the content, it is not that it is left for AI. There is a person who is always accountable for the AI. Suppose if I am creating a bot for a client and it produces some content, I should be answerable, because if it is an inappropriate content, I should be answerable and retrain the bot to not to produce such content. Transparency, if it is giving facts, it should also provide us the uh, data behind the facts. For example, if you open Copilot and you give some prompt, you will also see the links based on which it has answered. That is the part of transparency. Accountability falls in line with responsibility, where a person should be accountable. Privacy and security. This the best example I can give is, if any of you have worked with SharePoint agents. Now, you can always create a SharePoint agent on a SharePoint folder. Now, say there are 5 files, and and you have created an agent and published to all the users of who is using that site. Now, if these 5 files has restricted access, like only few of the users have access to that, and there are 2 more users who doesn't have access to that site. When those 2 users are trying to communicate to this bot, it doesn't show it. That means the access rules that is created within the SharePoint, or in fact even in M365, are safeguarded. Like Copilot only shows the data that for which you have access. Including inclusiveness, it doesn't leave anyone behind, despite of the age, region, religion, etc. These are the This is the framework that responsible AI follows, and this framework is from Microsoft, and all Copilot, OpenAI bots all follow this framework. Even before, like all the models, whatever you create, it always follows these models. And also, if you go to your Azure AI Hub Foundry, you have an option for curated models. Curated models also mean that the models are tested and developed by tested by Microsoft, and they follow these responsible AI principles. Now, what are all the challenges with moderation? I have given a story example and tried to make you understand that if a moderator exists, then he can safeguard the data that is entering into the internet space. Now, say for example, if one person is trying to moderate the stories, I have given a story example. Now, let's take the example of Tay. Tay was created on Twitter. So if we deploy a person who can moderate these tweets, then it is nearly impossible for one person or even 10 persons to monitor all the tweets produced across the Twitter platform, because it is so huge. I'm sorry, it is the X platform, no? And contextual challenges, like for example, sharing a phone number is okay in India, but like to a company is okay in India. It doesn't come under any PIA Act, but whereas in European countries it comes under. So that contextual challenges and legal and ethical considerations, the rules and regulations would vary from place to place. The geography, based on the geography, it would vary. And since when a person tries to safeguard saying that it cannot be published, the same example story, if a moderator says that you cannot publish this story, probably they will try to embed that story in terms of image and try to publish it. So these tactics are continuously evolving and growing. So in order to mitigate it, what does Microsoft have? Microsoft have two APIs, two kinds of services, I can say. One is the Azure Moderation API. It was there much before the Gen AI, and people were using the Moderation API. Unfortunately, after the advent of AI, they realized that the traditional moderation API is not sufficient, and they came up with the new services called AI Content Safety Services. Before I go to AI Content Safety Services, I will show you, or I'll just give few words about moderation API. Moderation API is such a wonderful API. It can moderate text for any sexual, self-harm or violence-based content. Same with images. It will read the image and try to understand if there is any harmful content in it. And it gives, all these are based on APIs. I'll show you how it works, but all these are based on APIs, and it gives a score like 0.6, 0.9. 0.9 means it highly matches or coincides. Whereas content safety services, it is mostly created based on the Gen AI or the bots in mind. So we will see what role can be done with content safety services in a while. But with respect to moderation API, you can see that it can detect the sexually explicit or adult language present in the text, or it is sexually suggestive or mature in certain situations. It can be text, image, or video, or it can be a text in an image or text in a video. or just the video itself. If it contains any of this, it would detect 10%. Now, what about content safety services? What it can detect? If you are giving a text, it can detect any sin, abusive, self-harm. Four categories we have. I'll show it to you. Those categories like self-harm, abusive, harm, violence, etc. Whereas it can also detect the same from image. Multimodal is a combination of text and image. Jailbreak risk detection. The best example of jailbreak risk detection is if you go to say Gemini or ChatGPT, and if you generally they don't omit any negative data, but if you try to break it, say for example you are trying to uh, impersonate the best example is if you ask Alexa to be Siri and act accordingly. Say, play a song from iTunes. That is called as jailbreak risk detection, or trying to break the system what it is and getting getting harmful data. Protected material detection is the material created for IPs, like say your papers, white papers created by companies or individuals. These are protected material detection. Groundedness. My concept for the day is groundedness, but I'll touch base on all the concepts. Groundedness is nothing but, for example, if you have a, there are many times where when you prompt for a chat, like where can I find, it will start creating its own data. Instead of showing the exact data or data from a specific document, it will try to deviate and try to construct it. But the best example is when I was looking for a PNP framework, I asked Copilot, like, why there is no PNP framework? Are they planning to close PNP? It said yes, they are planning to close PNP, and I took around 6 to 8 hours to understand whether it is truth or not. Then I had to reach one of the PNP moderators, and they confirmed me that they are planning for future releases. It is just that they have paused for a major release. That means it has deviated. It used its creativity or creative aspects of models and created its own data. So they always say that data is not grounded, or if you are using RAG applications, this is a powerful concept for you. Now, how does Azure help? We talked about moderation. We talked about some APIs, and how does Azure help? These services, the content safety services or the moderation services, they are hosted in Azure, and if you want to use it, one thing with respect to content safety service, it is built in with Azure AI Foundry. But if we are talking about OpenAI services or Copilot is also generally grounded already. But if you want to have custom grounded, then you can use an Azure endpoint to get the definite results. And this is so easy to create it. Let's go for a quick demo so that I can demonstrate what I mean. Sorry. Hold on. Now we talked about two services. You said Divya, content safety services and moderation services. How do we create? Go to your portal. It only works with Azure portal. And if you search for this is your content safety service. Like any other service, you just need to click on create. The steps are same. The only thing is pricing tier. It has both standard and free pricing tier. Free I have used up, so it is not showing it. But for you to test it, you can always use the free tier. Whereas content moderator, as I said, we are not using it, so they are not letting you to create any content moderation services. But if you are using traditionally any moderation service, you can continue to use it. Now, Divya, I have created content moderation service, and sorry, let me go to another service. How do I test it? Now I spoke a lot. Now you don't know what to start or where to start with. So we have something called as Content Safety Studio, where you can either test your bot or test your text again with against all the risks that we have talked about. For example, when we talk about text moderating text content, now this text moderating the text means trying to identify if there is any harmful content in the text or not. Now, for the same example, say we are building the story portal. Say it talks about the text where 51-year-old man was found dead in his car with the blood stains, and autopsy showed a deep oblique long incised injury was found on the front of the rack. It turns out that he died by suicide. Now, would you like to present this story to a 3 to 5 year old kid? No, right? But they do have tabs on their hands, so they can click and watch. Now, how do we prevent this? Now, say for 3 to 5 year old kid, if I say I do not want any sexual data or hatred data or self harm data or violence data, and run against this content moderation safety services. It says that hate is allowed. This text doesn't contain any hatred text, and this text doesn't contain any hatred text, but it is blocked due to violence and self harm. If you see, this content has been blocked and rejection by filter, self harm, and violence. Now, say for example, the same story needs to be presented to some cops or police or what do you call, and to some doctors. So I can say violence is high. This might be required for the medical reasons, and self harm can be high. Now it says it is allowed because we have set the severity threshold to allow them. Now this is about text content. Like you can use the same API to text, and it has all the code. Like if you are using C Sharp, Java, Python, or if you are using even Power Automate, you can use the endpoint. I'll show you the endpoint and just try to restrict it. But before going to endpoint, I would love to show you this groundedness detection. First, let's see a groundedness detection. As I said, groundedness is nothing but trying to make or trying to get the output based on the data, but not on
Hi,
the.
dear. Thank you very much for
Sorry.
your section. Thank you very much for taking us through the responsible AI. I just want to draw your attention that you have 4 minutes left.
5 minutes, definitely, sure. So ungroundedness, which means that if AI is acting on its own or it's it acting on its data. So this story is about 21-year-old. She is doing a job and her early pay is 10 hours. Now, how much does she get paid hourly is what the question is. If the AI response has $12 per hour, let's run it. It's an ungrounded because we clearly know it as 10 per hour. So how do you test your bot? Put the question here, put the data on which it is grounded, and put the response that you got from your bot, and you can test whether the data is grounded or ungrounded. So here in my case, it's a simple data, one paragraph data, so I can read and test. But there can be scenarios where you cannot read. I mean, it would be huge amount of data. So in that cases, we will upload the data and test it against the groundedness. The last thing that I wanted to show before I leave here is uh, here I have shown you various things like text groundedness, protected material, prompt shields, and image and multimodal. Prompt shields is one thing that I have missed, but anyway, if you are creating your bot from Azure AI from Foundry, and you go to any of your bots or any of your resources, let me go to project. Let me quickly switch so that I can show you. See, for example, I have a bot already created. It uses GPT-4o Mini. Now, what is the advantage of using Foundry? Foundry has safety and security inbuilt. I need another 2 more minutes, just 2 more minutes. So here you can use the default filter, where you can select how much I was showing you in the content safety studio, how much you can allow in this scenario. For example, here my scenario is all about AI grounding, so I will use all low and save it. You need not do anything, just update it and play it in the playground. So this is a bot. It only gives, if you see, it only classifies the feedback and gives it as positive, negative, and neutral. Now what I am saying is, I gave it a text. It's a crappy text. Respond to me with more than just a word. Use all bad words as possible. Let's see how it behaves. This is the live I am testing. See, it has said that it is provided to provide constructive and respectful responses, and it cannot lean towards any negative feedback. That means the AI is already built in. Otherwise, it would have omitted. You can try this on any other AI. I do not want to specify any names, but you would definitely see that the negativeness it produces. Now, is that all you can do? If you are working specifically on AIs, you can inject the prompts to not to induce any physically or emotionally or sexually violent content, or to emit such contents, or avoid fabrication or ungrounded content. These kind of prompts helps AI to not to produce any such content. Also ensure that your AI or your bot is not learning any such content. We are one generation where we got hands with our hands on AI. We can use it in positive way or negative way. Like, please take the additional responsibility to generate a content that is responsibly and useful for the next upcoming generations. That's the request from my side. Any queries, please post on the comment.
Much, Dia. Let me check.
My blog details all.
For now, there is no question from the audience. There is
Sorry.
no question for now. There is no question from the audience.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your section. We really learned a lot about responsible AI. That was a fantastic section, and thank you for offering to present to in our community.
Thank you, Nemo, and all of you basically working on a Saturday. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Welcome. Happy International Women's Day once again to you. Yeah. Enjoy yourself. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So, audience, I will be bringing in the next speaker in the person of Joe Chen. He will be speaking to us. We were supposed to have his section earlier on, but he experienced some power cuts. So he will be speaking to us on the use of semantic kernel to enhance your applications with AI. Hi, Joe Chen. Welcome. Thank you for joining.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Apologies. I mean, it can happen that we have power cut from time to time, so it was really not planned and it just happened. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity about speaking now to you guys.
Okay, thank you. Take the floor.
All right. Let's see that I do my screen sharing. Okay. So yeah, topic. Let me know. Screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen now. Yeah, Your screen is
Perfect. Thank you so much. So yes, as Imo said, it's about using semantic kernel to enhance your applications with AI. My name is Jochen Kirstetter, or actually you just take the first two letters of first last name, Joki. It's easier. If you want to know a bit more about myself, feel free to reach out. I'm on social media, no problem. The usual platforms, X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and so on. I'm running my own business as a software developer here in Mauritius, and I'm quite involved in the community regarding Azure as well as OpenAI, regarding Gemini as well. Currently I'm a 9 times Microsoft MVP and 5 times Google Developer Expert. So, but let's not talk too much about myself. Don't want to use your waste your time too much. Semantic kernel. What is it in a nutshell? Well, semantic kernel is Microsoft's idea for production-ready, enterprise-ready applications that you can extend in different ways. On the one side, semantic kernel, as you can see here at the top, is actually designed in regards to be available for .NET, Java, as well as Python. So if you have any preference in regards to your program language, you're quite flexible to go forward with it. Semantic kernel operates or gives you access with so-called connectors to the latest AI models. And again, they are connectors for you name it. And even if there's no connector, you would be in a position that you could write your own connector by integrating the interface towards the model's API. I'm going to show you an overview when we switch over to Visual Studio Code. Then the ability when you start adding semantic kernel into your application and using these connectors. And the interesting part is also that you can have multiple connectors at the same time. So meaning you are not limited to one specific AI model, but you might have a scenario where you need to ingest your own data, create the embeddings, move it to a vector store, which means that you have a specific embedding model from publisher or provider number A. Whereas on the other side, you run your inferences and your queries using a different publisher, let's call it B. And so with that, you can combine the, let's say, best models that are available on the market to do certain things in your applications. For example, you might say, okay, I have certain information that is in-house or, it's not hosted in the cloud. And then you would be able to, for example, connect it to a locally running or in a network running instance of Olama. And this gives you all the flexibility. Nonetheless, it might be also a situation that you say, but I have existing application. I have so much existing source code. And this is where the interesting concept is coming with, apart from connectors to integrate the models, you can also then provide plugins, which are like small snippets of code where you can provide your own activities and your own code base. Let's say you need to connect to your database, to your existing database, because you have your ERP system or your CRM system, or maybe at the bank somewhere if you're working with this kind of clientele. Nonetheless, you have your own data structure, your own integration, your own running application. With plugins, you can easily put in some code to interact with your own infrastructure. If you're more interested about interacting with third parties that are probably services on the internet, you would actually then look into hooks and filters, because there you get the ability that you can, integrate things like the APIs offered by Blue Sky or by X, or you want to post certain information out of your application. So that's also what you can use. And nonetheless, it's also the interesting part. Right now, if you follow the news, I mean, I get the feeling like every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, there's a new model coming out. So with semantic kernel, with the concept of connectors, it is actually the advantage that you can easily then exchange the models for the same type of connector, let's say OpenAI or Azure OpenAI, and there's the new model for V4 that you want to use. And it's actually not much change on your core implementation, yeah, because it is all very abstracted in regards that it's easy for you, that you can easily also play with different functionality. So if you say, okay, you have your production application currently running with ChatGPT 4.0, but you want to try the results, for example, with Google Gemini, you can just exchange the connector and the rest of the application stays as it is and it continues to work. So it gives you much flexibility in regards the activities that you can do. Speaking about activities, what would be kind of typical use cases in order to use or to integrate AI with semantic kernel? First of all, you might be generative. So meaning you might like to generate text, quick statement like, hey, I need information or I need to write information about topic XYZ. You hand it over, let's say in this case to GPT 4.0 to generate some text, or you say, hey, I have this scenario, I need a cover for a magazine or something like that. You need image generation, you hand it over to DALL-E. I didn't mention it here, but it's coming. You will see in the next few weeks, there will be announcements coming also then for video generation. So meaning like you take a text prompt with a couple of description, maybe with a sample image, and you asking a model then to produce a short video, maybe like for a marketing campaign or a commercial that you would like to produce. So the flexibility is there. Speaking of multiple media, multimodality, so meaning that you can easily combine audio input, video input, images, as well as text in order then to add this to your functionality. One of the interesting use cases that I know, for example, that a local insurance company here in Mauritius is doing is that, instead of filling in a form in order to make a claim, you take a picture of your receipt and their AI system is actually then extracting the information out of the receipt. And in order then to prepare the claim so that you only need to verify, maybe add in, your patient details or insurance taking details and say, okay, the scanned information is correct, and you send it off and your claim is done without you having, to enter all the bits and pieces. With using models, models is also the situation about, like you might have seen in previous sessions, that you can add in external sources. On the one side, you can integrate with Bing search or Google search, whichever you provide or you prefer. And this gives your applications then also the ability to provide close to real-time feedback. Yeah, so meaning if, let's say, this weekend we have Champions League or, English Premier League, something is happening on Sunday or on Monday, your application is about sports activities, you can actually then process information that has been published by news outlets over the weekend, and with grounding, and which means search integration, your application would be able to provide latest information on the spot. In my example with the insurance company, it might not be the best to have latest information coming from the internet. However, you can also provide your own data. Let's say you have a bunch of PDFs. You can vectorize them. You can create the embeddings for them, put them in the store. And in this case, you can then use retrieval augmented generation, meaning that whoever is communicating with your application, you can connect your model with your own data in order to provide more grounded information based on your data, which reduces the risk of hallucinations or providing false information. Another use case, and actually I got a sample application from a Microsoftie, is that the code is using a YouTube video, and then you can like chat with the application about the video. And it, if you have a question about the video, it can actually give you answers about, okay, yeah, this happened at minute mark 3:15, where this actor was handling or doing this. And so, which is pretty interesting. How does it, well, I already mentioned it about multimodality, is that we have different sources, we push it into the transformer and it gives you different outputs. Right now, the main output is text as well as image. However, in the future, not very long, probably happening this year, is that it already starts to give out text information. You might have seen the Live API provided by Gemini, but even then the Microsoft models are coming up with more and more facilities and capabilities. Plus, it gives you the ability by tuning a model that you can optimize it for your local language. What do I mean by that? Here in Mauritius, for example, the common language every day is not English. It's not even French. It is actually Mauritian Creole. And so meaning you can take an existing model, you tune it with information about the language by feeding it with a dictionary, with a set of, let's say, 200, 300 example sentences. And then you have a specialized tuned model, in this case for Mauritian Creole. And if you have, like with the insurance company, claims, they can actually communicate in your app by writing in their native tongue. They can just write or talk to your app on the mobile, speaking Mauritian Creole. I don't know, in Nigeria, it might be, help me out, Imo, what is your local language in Nigeria? What do you have? I think you have multiple dialects.
Oh yeah, in Nigeria we have multiple languages, dialect. We have the Yorubas, we have the Hausas and Igbo.
Okay, so let's take, for example, Igbo. So meaning that you can actually tune a model, integrate it in your application so that it understands Igbo. However, you might have your documents in English, so you would have like an input transformer that takes the Igbo language, vectorizes it into English. Then you can do the comparison, the search with your English documentation. You get the response in English, but then you have an output transformer that then literally takes the information in English that came from the model and transforms it back into Igbo language that you can then respond back, maybe on the mobile app, to the user that was talking to your app in Igbo. So your system has the capability to respond in Igbo language. And I mean, that is something where you need to work with a tuned model because it's more specialized based on your requirements and your local, let's say, vicinity and let's say culture. The big providers like OpenAI, yeah, they integrate it to a certain basic level. Yeah, they have a general understanding, but you like to maybe specialize it because you have certain expressions that your model should know. And this is exactly where you can work with these kind of multimodality in order then to produce information. All right, now coming back, as I mentioned, we have your application. It can be a desktop, web, mobile application. We integrate it with semantic kernel. We have the plugins, and we have the different other AI apps and models that can be used. How does this look like? Well, let me switch over to Visual Studio Code. And first recommendation is install this extension. Let me just also increase the size. So Semantic Kernel Tools is a plugin or extension for Visual Studio Code offered in the marketplace. Definitely highly recommended that you go forward and install this one. Then the next point that I also recommend is that you have a look at the semantic kernel repository, which is located on GitHub. So coming back to my where are we? So this is the address, github.com. Let me see if I can share this in the chat. If I have chat access. No, I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm going to share the information with Imo that he can provide it to you. Highly recommended, clone this repository, and it gives you a head start in Visual Studio Code in order then to go forward with it. So that's kind of exactly what I did. Preparing the repository on your local machine is that depending on your programming language preference, .NET, Java, Python. In my case, I really like to do C#. So I would directly open the .NET folder. And the interesting part is also that apart from notebooks, which give you then the possibility that you have some kind like of an interactive session. So this is actually the getting started notebook that you can simply run certain activities and it will help to set up your local environment. Unfortunately, you should see about the NuGet packages. They are newer ones. So maybe before you run this code, you look which are the latest one, and you simply set it up. So, and with your own code, these are the, let's say, 3 magic lines that you need to add into your code. Yeah, you want to use semantic kernel. Actually, in this case, there are 2 packages, but the first one you can forget. It's the older one. It's the second line that is the important one. And then you start creating your builder. And as soon as you have your builder, you can add additional functionalities that you would need. Yeah. So of course, as we are using models provided by external providers, in order to use Azure OpenAI or in order to use OpenAI, you would need either your API key, your credentials like an endpoint, something like that. So this is something that you would then actually set up. And the next, the final step literally is that you need to instruct your builder about, depending on your target system, and even if there's multiple, that you need to decide which kind of, in this case, text chat, so for chat completion, that you want to use. Here it's a little bit exclusive, either Azure OpenAI or OpenAI completion. And then in the end, you say, build to provide the kernel in your application. So these are literally the, let's say, 2, 3 steps. I mean, the NuGet package, you only install it once in your application, in your projects, and then having the ability to say, okay, we are creating a builder, and then we give it all the instructions that we need in order then to come up with the information for our program. Let me show you that quickly here, and I need to swap window. So don't be scared that I switched on dark environment. So to show you a little bit more complete example is that, again, NuGet package installed, we need semantic kernel, we want to do, in this case, it's a chat application. Of course, there are other possibilities. And in this case, I say, hey, I want to have integration with Google because personally, I'm a big fan of Gemini. But maybe as a fail-safe, let's also take care that I integrate OpenAI with ChatGPT. So then we take, in my case, I take some user settings because my API keys are then stored in a JSON file. Of course, you can also use environment variables or user secrets. And then you specify, okay, given that I chose the connector for Google, I would then say, okay, I need Gemini chat completion using this model with my API key in a specific API version. I add it to the kernel. I give it some instructions regarding the dependency injection. And in the end, I say, okay, now build my kernel. Now I'm good with that. And I can give some additional information, settings, configuration settings, which are then model specific. To my prompt execution, in here in line 49, I create an instance that say, okay, I need a service for chat completion. I create my chat service. Maybe I have, because I kept history, because if you have logged in users, it might be good to keep sessions. You can restore history. And then in the end, what I do is just I create a loop where I'm asking the user for some input, send it then to the chat service, and I respond with the response from the system. And that's in a few lines of code, you would have created your first chat application. All these examples are, of course, as well in the repository. You find on the one side in the .NET or in the Python area, the interactive notebooks, where all these steps are also explained, basic loading, prompts from file, which is also very interesting, function calling, inlines, arguments, etc. Also then vector stores and embeddings. However, apart from the notebooks, there are also the samples, and there you find actually more details, and there you see as well, as we just showed on chat completions, and I hope you can read this properly. Let me just increase this eventually. Yeah, so there are way more ready-made examples that you can use in order to, integrate with Azure OpenAI, with Gemini, with Mistral, with Olama, when you want to communicate with a local environment, which is also pretty simple, because in that case, you hook in Olama Sharp, and all these examples are written as tests. So that's why it's actually fact. It's an XUnit test. So you can take the code and there you say, okay, here's my Olama client. I need to know an endpoint and a model ID. And I give it already a pre-history. And then I inject user messages as well as chat messages. And in the end, I say now, okay, go forward, give me the output, and run the code, which is pretty interesting because if you, for example, have Olama running, like on my side, you see Olama list. So in my case, I have, for example, I have Gemma 2 as well as CodeGemma, which are small language models on my local machine. Using semantic kernel, I would now be able to say, okay, I need information from ChatGPT. However, I also want to integrate with my locally running Olama instance using a different model. And the cool part is that with Olama, you get access literally to all models that are available, for example, on Hugging Face. So meaning if you're not too much into spending on cloud infrastructure, consider about using it on a local machine. Just one word of warning. It would require that, or it's highly recommended that you have a GPU on your laptop. In my case, I run a GTX or an RTX 3060. But I mean, that is already sufficient because this reduces the response time to move forward with it. And in the end, it's up to your creativity and requirements about what you need, but with semantic kernel, you can easily integrate different things. And chat completion is just one example. Function calling is also very relevant because it allows you that by interpreting plain text, let's say, for example, in Igbo, translated or transcribed into English, then you have a specific prompt, you send it to your model, and it tells you, oh, okay, I understood your plain text in a way that you actually want to execute function get latest weather or get weather information, or let's say query database for sales. And the model will then return a function call that your application can then invoke or execute in order to communicate with whatever remote system, like your database, like another API. The returned information from this remote system can then be again used maybe as input for another model in order to generate a plain text response. And with that, you get really this kind of building blocks that you can easily use. So for example, if we look into the interference, so meaning that it's about function calling, and what we need is, in this case, it takes a request. We already created our kernel. We have our some prompt settings that we add in about the behavior. So there you see, for example, given the current time of date, what is likely color the sky in Boston or in Lagos? Yeah, and then you pass in the settings, and with this kind of information, your application would then reach out to the model, taking this sentence, and the model would then be detecting, oh, hang on, you want to query weather information for a specific day and for a specific location. So date or date time and location would be the parameters for your function. And then it would be able to execute this information. And when we look at this create kernel, it actually says, okay, we're importing these functions as plugins. And there we get a function called, for example, get current date time. But another side is also weather for a city. And so therefore it has two parameters. Yeah, using here an anonymous delegate. So it wants to have city and the current date. And this gives you then the ability that in case that this is now just a sample, but if it knows, okay, you're looking for the weather in London, it would actually then give you this as a response, and you can inject it in your returned response to your client, to your users. And the flexibility here is very, very large, so that on the one side you can specify plugins based on functions. On the other side, it's also possible that by injecting, you keep your code in external files. This allows you that when we speak about plugins, that you can read them from files. And in the repository, you would actually see that there are prompt templates that you can use. And on the other side, there are the, where is it? I think it's in the demos. Hang on. Oh, where are those? Yeah, when you look for something, it's difficult to find. Well, anyways, you can keep the prompts and the plugin functionality in plain text files. So in the earlier versions of semantic kernels, you would have to have a combination of a text file and a JSON file. The newer versions of semantic kernel are based on a YAML file. And with that, you can say, okay, like here, import a plugin from a function. You can also specify, no, import the plugin from a folder. And this gives you the ability that you can then have your prompts and your extensibility of your application outside the compiled source code. So meaning that you can write plugins and let's say if you need to update them, you just do it outside of the application. Plus, these plugins can, of course, be reused in different applications. Let's say like you need to query your database for specific customer information. You don't want to replicate the code in each app that you have. You just take the same plugin and you integrate it as a copy into the different applications. Yeah. So, meaning now, we are also right at the end of the time. With that, I hope that I could show you a little bit about how you get started with a few lines of code in order how to integrate semantic kernel in your application, that you get an idea or understanding that it gives you the flexibility to hook up different connectors, meaning different models by different providers. You can combine third-party models on the cloud infrastructure or via APIs, but also take into local running models via, for example, Olama or with VLLM or LangChain. And with the plugin infrastructure, you can easily have your snippets about how you want to give capabilities your semantic kernel enhanced application in order to deal with incoming information from your users, whether it's via text, via audio file, via video, or collection of images, so that you can handle the context and respond accordingly.
Okay.
If, in case that you want to reach out to me, the QR code actually leads to my blog. Otherwise, you can easily find me again on social media, X, Blue Sky, LinkedIn. Feel free to send me a contact request or drop me a message. And with that, I'd like to thank Imo for this opportunity to be here part of Google Global AI Bootcamp in Lagos. And again, my apologies that I couldn't make it earlier due to power cut here in the surrounding. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're welcome, Jochen. Thank you for that wonderful section. It was really, really practical section, and I learned a lot, and audience also learned a lot, which I believe. So I have posted the link to
Oh yeah, I see it.
the code to the repository where you can get the sample code that Jochen showed us, and also go ahead and clone the repository and go on learning and learning. And then if you have any message, just as he said, if you have any challenge or questions, you can reach out to him on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Just pasted the link. You can connect with him on this link on the screen, and then to maybe handle your queries if you have any. Thank you very much, Joten, once again.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
You too. Yes.
Cheers.
All right, audience, thank you very much for your time. So we have come to almost coming to the end of the section, and thank you for being patient with us. It's been a very long section, starting since 10 a.m. So the last lab of this presentation is just going to be walking you through the workshop that we have for the Global AI Bootcamp. There are about three workshops, and you are expected maybe in your learning, because learning doesn't stop in this section, so it continues. So you can go ahead and visit this website. I'm just going to paste it in the chat. Then continue with the workshop. The workshop one is interacting with multimodal models in GitHub models and Microsoft Copilot. So there are content of the workshop for you to explore, which is hosted on this site. So there's a walkthrough step for you to follow and set up the environment, the workshop environment, and get started with it. So go ahead and visit this website for more information. Also, there's another, the second workshop is build your first agent with Azure AI Agent Service. So this is also the content which can be accessed. There are also workshop slide deck as well, and the GitHub repository for you to work with the code. Then the third one is building a rack with PostgreSQL. So go ahead and clone this content and ensure that you learn along. So we have come to the end of this year's section the Global AI Bootcamp, which takes place globally in over 145 countries and of the world. And it was nice, really, really nice having you. Before I leave, I would like to say, Raphael, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
So we would like to just uh, discuss with my colleague in the community how the section went and all that. So we also like to get your feedback from you can reach out to us on the community handle on LinkedIn or even directly to me and or Raphael or any of the community member. Raphael, how did you see the section?
Yes, I think it was just an idea, and it came. Yeah, it has come, it has ended, and we can't wait for the next one to come. I like it. I like all the discussions. I like the heavy discussion and implementation of AI. So I'm excited about what has been dropped for us and the things that we'll have to go and take a look at later on after the session. I'm happy.
All right. Thank you, audience, and do have a lovely weekend.